Good morning, everyone. Let us pray. Loving, awesome, Heavenly Father, you are the God of all comfort and giver of every good gift. We are grateful for all your blessings, grace, and mercy towards us. We invite your Holy presence with us today in this World Family Doctor Day conference on compassionate care in a digital world. We humbly ask you to soften and grow within us hearts of compassion. Graciously open our eyes to see hurting and broken-hearted ones among us, and may we extend empathy and understanding to the challenges being experienced by them. Stir us to be eager to serve as effective health workers and be used as instruments of your hope, healing, and restoration in the world. Guide us by your Holy Spirit and transform us from indifference to showing love and compassion through the example of Jesus Christ as he lived and served while on earth. We invite you, Lord God, to take center stage in this conference and provide us with great insights, wisdom, and understanding as we discuss this relevant topic. May our deliberations be productive, our decisions wise, our interactions respectful and compassionate. Grant clear, focused minds, efficient communication, and effective solutions to the various questions that may arise during the presentations. May you empower each speaker to deliver their presentation with clarity and expertise so that we may fully grasp the invaluable and the practical information shared to enlighten us on the significant impact AI technology will have on our healthcare delivery. Especially bless the experienced moderators, the generous sponsors, the audiovisual team, and our efficient administrator so that the uneventful flow of all sessions will ensue and a successful, excellent conference will be enjoyed. We ask all these in the wonderful name of our Savior, Jesus Christ. Amen.
And we all say amen. Thank you very much, Dr. Arlene Henry Dawkins, a member of our World Family Doctor Day Committee, for starting us off with an opening prayer. I am Aileen Standard Olson, and I'm going to be your moderator for session 1 of this annual World Family Doctor Day webinar, this theme this year, both from WONCA, the World Organization of Family Doctors, and which we have taken on as well, is compassionate care in a digital world. As you would all know, WONCA in 2010 declared May the 19th annually as World Family Doctor Day, a day to recognize and honor the work done by family doctors across the globe. In Jamaica, since 2015, there has been a collaborative effort by the Caribbean College of Family Physicians Jamaica chapter, the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, and the Family Medicine Program at UWI Mona, working together to mark this day annually. I would now like to welcome the current chair of the World Family Doctor Day Committee, Dr. Andrea Pirai, to do the formal welcome for this morning's webinar. Dr. Pirai.
Dr. Standard Golson. Good morning. Good morning, esteemed colleagues, family physicians, faculty members, residents, students, healthcare professionals, partners, sponsors, and friends. On behalf of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, Jamaica chapter, the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, the Family Medicine Program at the University of the West Indies, Mona, it is my great pleasure and honor to warmly welcome you to our World Family Doctor Day conference. We are delighted by your presence as we gather to celebrate Family Doctor and reflect on this year's timely and thoughtful provoking theme. Compassionate care in a digital world, where are we? Today is more than a simple conference. It is an opportunity to celebrate the value that define family doctors and to reflect on the future of healthcare in a rapidly changing world. World Family Doctor Day reminds us of the central role family physicians play in strengthening healthcare system and improving the health individuals, families, and communities. Family physicians are often the first point of contact within the healthcare system, providing comprehensive, continuous, coordinated, and patient-centered care. Beyond treating illness, we build relationships. We walk alongside our patients through every stage of life. We support individuals and families during times of joy, uncertainty, illness, and loss. We often care for generations within the same family and understand health not only through diagnosis and diseases, but also through social, emotional, cultural, and family context. These relationships has always been the heart of the family doctor. Yet, healthcare today looks very different from what it has been even a decade ago. We now practice in an increasing digital era characterized by telemedicine, electronic medical records, mobile health applications, remote monitoring, artificial intelligence, and rapidly evolving communication technologies. These innovations have transformed healthcare delivery and created opportunities many of us could scarcely have imagined. Technology has improved access, increased efficiency, strengthened continuity of care, and helped bridge barriers created by distance and geography. In Jamaica and across the Caribbean, digital health offers tremendous potential to bring healthcare service closer to our community. Yet, amidst, we are preserving compassion within an increasing digital world. Yet, amidst these advancements, we are challenged to pause and ask an important question. Where are we preserving compassion within an increasingly digital world? How do we ensure that the technology enhances rather than replaces human connection? How do we preserve the therapeutic relationship that remains central to healing? These questions lie at the heart of today's conference. Compassion remains one of the medicine's greatest strengths. Compassion is found not only in diagnosis and treatment, but also in listening carefully, showing empathy, respecting dignity, and being fully present with our patients. Technology may provide tools. However, people provide care. Artificial intelligence and digital innovations can support healthcare delivery, but they cannot fully understand human experience, fears, hopes, or emotions in the same way that meaningful relationships can. As healthcare professionals, our challenge is not choosing between technology and compassion care. Rather, our responsibility is to ensure that technology strengthens our ability to provide humane, patient-centered care. Today's conference provides an opportunity for thoughtful discussion and reflection. Through presentation, dialogue, and shared experience, we hope to explore not only where we are, but where we should be as we navigate the future of healthcare. As we celebrate World Family Doctor Day, we also recognize and honor family physician and primary care teams throughout Jamaica and beyond. We acknowledge your commitment, resilience, and dedication to caring for individuals, families, and communities. Your impact is immeasurable. We extend sincere gratitude to our speakers, organizers, sponsors, and partners whose hard work and dedication made this conference possible. To everyone gathered here today, thank you for your participation and for your contribution, and for your contributing your expertise and perspective to this important conversation. We trust that today's conference will inspire meaningful reflection, stimulate rich discussion, strengthen collaboration, and renew our shared commitment to compassionate care in an increasing digital world. Once again, on behalf of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, Jamaica chapter, the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, and the Family Medicine Program at the University of the West Indies, Mono, welcome to our Family Doctor Day Conference. We wish you a productive, enriching, and inspiring experience. Thank you. Enjoy the conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Purai, for those words and for the warm welcome to what we are sure will be a enlightening, engaging conference as we go forward. Before we start, I would just like to take a moment to remember three of our stalwart past World Family Doctor Day awardees who have left us this year. Dr. Mary Sloper in January, Dr. Tomlin Hall in March, and Dr. Wida Golden Beecher just last week. These were certainly exemplary family doctors who embodied what a true family doctor means, and we will long remember the work that they did and the impact that they made to their patients and their communities as well. So as we go forward, we remember them and honor them. So today, we're going to look at compassionate care in a digital world. A very topical issue. And to start, as many of you know, I love cricket, so our opening batsman, I would say, or as they say nowadays, batter, will be Dr. Orville Nemhard, who is a graduate of the University of the West Indies, from which he holds a Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery degree, as well as a master's degree in public health. He also has a master's degree in business administration from the University of Leicester, as well as diplomas in occupational health and HIV treatment from the University of Illinois and Washington, respectively. He conducts aviation medicals for the Jamaica Civil Aviation Authority, as well as the Federal Aviation Authority. His work experience includes stints with the Ministry of Health, lecturing in the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry of the University of the West Indies Mona campus, and being Caribbean medical advisor for a large pharmaceutical company. He is the founder and director of Health Plus Associates, a multidisciplinary medical center in Kingston. Recognizing the importance of work-life balance, his hobbies are fishing, music, and singing. He is married with 3 children. It is our pleasure to welcome Dr. Nemhard today to speak on the topic, the evolution of clinical practice, leveraging AI to optimize patient outcomes. Dr. Nemhard, welcome, and I hand over to you.
Good morning, Dr. Gosen, and thank you for the warm welcome. I thank the organizing committee for the invitation to speak at this conference. As I organize to share my screen, there you go. Yeah, thank the organizing committee for the invitation to speak, and also to the participants online who are here to take part in this session. Today, we're talking about the evolution of clinical practice, not as something that happens to us, but something that we are a part of and we are actively shaping. The title of the presentation today is The Evolution of Clinical Practice, Leveraging AI to Optimize Patient Outcomes. And our conference asks, where are we? So let's start with a little look back in history. So in 1816, a French physician invented the stethoscope. Before that, doctors pressed their ear directly to the patient's chest, and the stethoscope, when it was introduced, was controversial. Some said it was impersonal. It was a barrier between doctor and patient. But it allowed us to hear heart and lung sounds more clearly, and patient outcomes were improved. In 1895, along came X-rays, and for the first time, we could see inside a living body without cutting. Again, there was resistance. It was unnatural. It was expensive. But today, we cannot imagine medicine without X-rays and the other modalities of imaging which have been developed since that. In the 1950s, computers entered hospitals, initially for billing, and then for record keeping and decision support. Electronic health records were resisted fiercely. And yes, some of them were not well made and did contribute to negative impacts with doctor-patient relationship. But here we are in the 2020s, and the next tool in this 200-year evolution is AI. Our job is not to fear it or to worship it. Our job is to leverage it, to use it to optimize patient outcomes while preserving what only humans can bring, which is connection and empathy. So, what is AI? Artificial intelligence is a branch of computer science that enables machines to simulate human intelligence, learning, and reasoning to perform tasks like problem solving, pattern recognition, and decision making. Common examples include voice assistants, recommendation engines, and image recognition. So AI is already present in our daily life. Voice assistants like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant. The recommendations which you see when you log on to Netflix or YouTube, suggesting which movies you would like, which ones you should watch next, what songs you would like, what reels you want to look at, Spotify. These algorithms all come about from the interaction with these various platforms and AI in the background. Navigation, your Google Maps and ride-sharing apps, that's also AI. Your social media feed. So you're on IG and you keep seeing these various things coming at you. The more you look at certain ones, the more of those that come up. Again, that's AI recognizing what seems to be your patterns and giving you information along those lines. And it is also used in banking and finance for fraud detection. AI in 2026 is characterized by extreme fragmentation and rapid expansion. An estimate suggests there are over 14,000 active commercial AI tools available. And some broader estimations, including specialized, niche, and developing projects, place the figure more at around 90,000. The market is dominated by a few massive general purpose platforms, alongside thousands of specialized agentic systems. And these agentic systems are the ones people sometimes worry about because they are able to function with limited human supervision, and they seem to teach themselves and improve themselves as they go along. So these are the ones that people have concerns about. The major AI platforms. Look at how far we've come since ChatGPT was introduced in 2022. Perplexity AI, Claude, Microsoft Copilot, Google Gemini, which are all a part of our email services, depending on which platform you're using. They're built into it. Midjourney, Runway Gen 2, Grok, 11 Labs, Mistral, Adobe, Hugging Face, Meta, and the list goes on. This is just a sample of some of those that currently exist. So what exactly is AI in clinical practice? Well, there are a number of applications. There's ambient scribing, and what that does is it listens and writes the notes. And the examples of these that you can find in family practice are NABLA. And the benefit of it is that the doctor focuses on the patient. On a personal note, I literally had NABLA installed on my electronic medical record system just on Friday. So in the coming week, I will be experimenting with the ambient scribing. But the tests that I've done so far are very impressive. The voice to text and how it stores the information, literally, it's like you're writing the notes in the categories that you would, presenting complaints, history, findings, on and on and on, treatment plan, and so forth. It truly is fascinating, and I'm hoping to explore it further over the next week or two. Clinical decision support. This suggests diagnoses or tests, and the examples of these, Isabel and UpToDate AI. Risk prediction. This identifies high-risk patients, such as patients with diabetes, heart failure, and the risk of readmission. Patient communication. These draft messages or after-visit summaries, examples of MyChart AI, and part of the suite of the NABLA, which I'm talking about, which is the ambient scribing, can do this as well. It can do the summary. It can do a referral. So you simply tell it to write a referral to whichever service, and it will pull the necessary information from the visit. And literally all you have to do is edit it, sign off on it, and that's it. Seconds, it's all done. Triage. It directs patients to the right level of care. These use symptom checkers like Babylon and Ada, and these are currently available. So let's be clear. AI is not science fiction. It is already working in 4 areas with proven outcomes. There is medical imaging. It can detect fractures, lung nodules, diabetic retinopathy, often with sensitivity equal to or better than radiologists. And the outcome, you get fewer missed findings and faster treatment. There is risk scoring. It can use algorithms to predict sepsis, hospital admission, or deterioration hours before clinical recognition. So the Sepsis Watch tool reduced mortality by over 15% in one health system. Outcome, lives were saved. Clinical documentation, where they spoke a bit about this, the ambient scribing. And the estimate is that it can save practitioners 2 or more hours per day, and it reduces the burnout of the practitioners. Decision support. It can give you differential diagnoses and drug interactions, and it reduces diagnostic error. These, as I said, are not science fiction. These are happening now, and each one, when used appropriately, results in improved patient outcomes. So let's talk about some specific ways we can use AI to leverage and improve these outcomes. There's diagnosis, personalization, safety, and chronic care. Let's talk about the earlier and more accurate diagnosis. AI is exceptionally good at pattern recognition. In primary care, for example, diabetic retinopathy screening uses AI, and it can allow a nurse or a trained practitioner to take a retinal image, and the AI gives an immediate result. No ophthalmologist is needed for the initial read, and the outcome is that the patient gets treatment before they lose vision. Second, skin lesion analysis. Again, AI algorithms now classify common skin cancers, melanoma, basal cell carcinomas with accuracy that matches dermatologists. And for a family practitioner in a resource-limited setting, this is a powerful second opinion. ECG interpretation. AI can detect atrial fibrillation, left ventricular dysfunction, even electrolyte disturbances that a human reader might miss. And studies show that AI reduces missed diagnoses by up to 30%. The relevance for us, if you think of a patient, for example, in rural St. Elizabeth, who gets a retinal photo, which is sent via a mobile, a WhatsApp image, and AI reads it in seconds, and that patient gets referred before blindness. That is leveraging AI for outcomes. What about personalized treatment and risk stratification? Another area that AI is known to be making strides. Traditional medicine gives everyone with the same condition the same guideline, but patients are not identical. So AI can predict which hypertensive patient is likely to become non-adherent based on patterns in prescription refills, clinic attendance, even language in the patient messages. The patient gets a different follow-up plan, maybe a home visit or a WhatsApp check-in. AI can identify which diabetes patient needs earlier insulin escalation, not by waiting for the A1C to rise, or by predicting trajectory from continuous glucose data, or even from simple blood pressure trends. And AI can calculate readmission risk after hospital discharge. So a high-risk patient will get a phone call within 48 hours, whereas a low-risk patient gets a standard follow-up. That is right care, right patient, right time, and it optimizes outcomes while using resources wisely. Reducing preventable harm. Medicine is complex and errors do take place. AI can act as a safety net. It can give you medication interaction alerts. It can filter out false positives. It can learn which alerts are relevant for your practice. And it can flag what are the truly dangerous combinations. Result, fewer adverse drug events. Sepsis prediction alerts. A patient's vital signs and lab trends, AI will detect the patterns of sepsis hours before clinical deterioration. And the system alerts the nurse or the doctor. And antibiotics are started sooner. Mortality drops. Fall risk prediction in the elderly, using gait analysis from a simple camera or wearable. The AI flags high risk patients, and you can prescribe physiotherapy or home modifications before a fracture happens. These are not hypothetical. These are deployed in hospitals and clinics today and directly improve patient outcomes by preventing harm. Improving chronic disease management. This is where family doctors spend quite a bit of their time. Diabetes, hypertension, asthma, heart disease. AI enables proactive care. So instead of waiting for the patient to miss an appointment or land up in the emergency room, AI will analyze data from remote monitors, pharmacy refills, and even no-show patterns. And it flags which patients need outreach. An AI system which can be integrated in the electronic medical record system can give you a list of patients who have rising A1Cs and allows you to call them and ask them to adjust their medication accordingly. It can also generate educational material, which is appropriate to the literacy level and language of the patient. So a patient who struggles with medical jargon, you can ask the AI to simplify it for you. And the message may just come down to, your blood pressure is high, take your pill every morning, call me if you feel dizzy. It can predict no-shows, so you can book or overbook accordingly, depending on how your appointment systems work. It improves the clinic efficiency and patient access. And for the Caribbean, where specialist access may be limited, AI-supported chronic care can keep patients stable in primary care. And that is a massive outcome improvement. Now, implicit in all of this is the presence of data and also the presence of your electronic medical record system. The backbone of adding or of AI currently in practice really sits on the backbone of your having an EMR. So practitioners who have not yet moved onto an EMR are going to have difficulty finding ways of implementing AI into their practice. The EMR is the gateway to AI. In addition, you have to embrace the current electronic methods of capturing data that are out there. So the continuous glucose monitoring machines, the ambulatory blood pressure monitoring, teaching patients how to measure their pressures at home. For those who can't manage the continuous glucose monitoring, for them doing their regular glucose readings and feeding it in. The smart watches. I had a patient who came in and said she was having atrial fibrillation. So I took a deep breath and sighed because I'm figuring, what is she talking about? I said, okay, why do you say that? She said, my watch told me. And lo and behold, when I did the pulse and followed it up with the ECG, she was having atrial fibrillation. So we also are going to have to embrace these wearables, these bits of these devices that give us information, and to respect the information that we get, plug it into the system, and help it and use it to help us to do better. Is there a conundrum with all of this technology? Yeah. How do we use digital tools without losing the very thing that makes family medicine special, the compassionate and human connection? It requires intentionality. We have had electronic medical records now in office going almost 10 years. Certainly when it was introduced for myself, it took some getting used to. It required a very deliberate effort to maintain visual contact with the patient. So you had to make sure you angled the screen in such a way that it was towards the patient. So even though you may be looking at the screen, you're facing the patient. And it allowed for what they call the 3-second rule, whereby every 20 seconds you look up and make eye contact. So the patient is not feeling that, your relationship is with the screen and not with them. Little things like that. Further intentionality is, prior to even getting onto the system, just asking, so how are you doing? That's a face, looking in the face of the patient. So how are you doing? How are things? It's not a matter of, yes, so tell me the problem and you start typing. You have to be intentional about what you're doing. So the question, somewhat rhetorical, has the screen ever come between you and your patient? And the answer is yes. But you have to be intentional if it is that you want to get around that. Have you ever been typing a note while the patient was talking and you realize you missed something important? Not something that was necessarily clinical, but something emotional, perhaps a non-verbal communication, a shrug of a shoulder, a sigh. You have to be intentional about paying attention to that. For telehealth consults, whether it's a WhatsApp or a formal telemed platform, instead of nodding to say that you're hearing or understanding, it now means you have to say, I hear you. I understand what you're saying. I feel what you mean. You have to now acknowledge, not with non-verbal, but with no verbal communication. The clinician's role, therefore, has evolved and will continue to evolve. AI is not about replacing us. It's about elevating us, helping us to do what we do better. But I keep using the word intentionality. It has to be that you're very aware of some of the limiting factors of AI and how to work around those. So some of our changing roles. We spent years learning to recall rare diseases, memorizing facts. Our new role is that of interpreting AI-generated insights. AI can generate diagnoses, rare diagnoses which we may have long forgotten. We need to figure out which of those fits in the context of the patient, the history, and the environment in which we're working. An old role, typing notes. Again, I mentioned the ambient scribing. So instead of us writing notes, we have a conversation with the patient, eye-to-eye contact. No more having to divide time between contact with the patient and the screen and the keyboard. Eye-to-eye contact. That adds a human element to the consult, which surpasses even the previous era of writing notes. Reactive care. That was one of our old roles. New role, proactive care, because AI will tell us which patient needs attention before they deteriorate. These new competencies require that we understand AI's limitations, its bias, and its uncertainty. So AI that is trained on European patients or American patients may not work well for Jamaican patients. So we need to know when to override the AI, because sometimes the machine is wrong. And we need to communicate with the patient that you're using a computer to help, but you as the patient remains a priority, and you as a practitioner, you remain in control. So how can AI enhance patient care? AI is a tool like the stethoscope or your electronic health record. Compassion remains our job. AI tools are assistive. None replace clinical judgment. AI can free us up to be more compassionate, not less. A doctor using ambient scribing spends the entire visit looking at the patient, not the screen. The notes write itself afterwards. Are there risks to clinical practice and compassion? Yes. If we over-rely on the AI. In other words, the AI said it, so it must be right. AI can miss things. Loss of clinical reasoning skills. If we always ask the AI first, do we stop thinking? Depersonalization. Patients receive AI-generated messages that sound cold or generic. Now, here's the sort of paradox. AI can personalize care in looking at the individual, their individual factors, their individual risk factors, and speak to their individual risk. But AI, in generating a message, is going to be pretty impersonal. We need to add a personal touch to whatever message is generated. There's privacy and bias. AI models, as I said, trained in non-Caribbean populations may be less accurate for us. And liability, who's responsible when AI makes an error? So the key message here is AI is not neutral. If it's poorly implemented, it can harm trust and erode human connection. So, what practical steps can be taken to start leveraging AI? You can try an ambient scribing trial. Some of the programs will allow you a free week or two. But again, the backbone is your electronic medical record system. You can use a free chat box to draft after visit summaries, but always edit those summaries prior to saving them into their system and add a human touch. You can implement an AI-based risk score, and some of them are tagged into your EMR already. You can look at 4 or 5 complex patients and compare your differential with AIs. So you're punching the clinical findings, the history, your lab results, and ask AI to give you a diagnosis. And you can set a practice rule, weekly team reviews of 1 AI suggestion. In the Caribbean context, the internet is not universal, but mobile penetration is more than 90% in most populations. So you can start with WhatsApp. You can use AI to turn clinical notes into plain language, and you don't need a fancy system. You can start with 1 patient, 1 tool, 1 week. So the competencies that are now required in this evolution into AI, we need to understand the limitations of AI. We need to know when to override AI. We need to communicate the use of AI to patients. So if you're using one of these scribing tools, you need to share with them that this is what you're doing. And in fact, they should sign a consent form for your use of the AI and to reassure them that the information is confidential, who has access to it and when is it deleted, how frequently, and so on. It gives you more time for complex reasoning and compassion for you to look in the patient's face and have that discussion. The human remains essential. AI is already here. We need to learn it, not to fear it. Use the AI to reduce clerical work, not clinical thinking. Disclose, review, and always add your human touch. And the goal is more eye contact, not more automation. AI will not replace family doctors, but family doctors who use AI well may replace those who don't. So let me say that again. AI will not replace family doctors, but family doctors who use AI well may replace those who don't. And it's not because of speed, but because they are now able to automate some of the tasks, which gives them more time for dealing with the patient. So compassion is not lost in the digital world. It must be redesigned for it. And the best AI in the world can't ask, how are you really doing? And truly mean it. That comes back to us as practitioners. So, in closing, what we want is to go high tech, but also high touch, meaning we remain that element of compassion. Evolution is inevitable. Every generation of doctors has faced a new tool. The stethoscope, X-rays, electronic medical records, and now AI. Each was resisted. Each ultimately improved outcomes when it was used wisely. Currently, we're no different. Optimizing outcomes means using every tool with judgment and compassion. So the AI can calculate risk, but it cannot sit with a family and say, I am so sorry. That is you. That is irreplaceable. And where are we? We're at the beginning. The best AI for patient outcomes is the one we learn to use wisely and together, sharing what works, reporting what fails, and always putting the patient first. The evolution of clinical practice is not about becoming machines. It is about using machines so we can be better humans for our patients. And with that, I will thank you for your attention, and I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have at the appropriate time.
Dr. Nemhard, that was truly an engaging talk. You reminded us that at every stage of evolution, we have resisted change, and yet still with time, these changes have become everyday commonplace. And you guided us through how AI is really no different. I really thank you. I was really enthralled with that talk. I know there will be some questions and comments. I would ask participants, there is a Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen. Please put your questions and questions in there so that the presenters can have a chance to see the questions. And at the end of session 2, we will have a session where we have questions and answers. So Dr. Nemhard, thanks once again for that presentation. And we look forward to engaging you further in the question and answer session.
Thank you.
Now, as we know, Conferences such as these are not possible without the input of sponsors. And we have a number of sponsors who are faithful and who have supported our World Family Doctor Day conference throughout the years. And I want to just give some time for our sponsors to remind us of their products. We're going to have two sponsor presentations at this time. I would first ask the representative from Abbott to make their presentation. I believe that's Mr. Paul Russell.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Russell, you are no stranger to us. you are really a part of us. And we do thank you for being here once again. And I hand over to you for your presentation.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be a part of this World Family Doctor Day conference. Let me just start to share my screen and present on some of our products. Okay. Are you seeing my Abbott A?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I am.
All right. Good morning again. My name is Paul Russell from Abbott Nutrition. And as I said before, I'm very pleased to be part of this World Family Doctor Day conference and to be able to present on Abbott's nutritional products at this year. Now, Abbott Nutrition supports every step of life's journey, and we make nutritional products to help your patients. It covers various stages of life, going from infants, young adults, the aging population, and those with special health needs. But before we take a look on some of our products, we need to assess whether your patients are getting adequate amount of protein each and every day. If we were to eat like how this picture depicts, I mean, many of life's problems would be sorted out, but we're not. According to studies, it is suggesting that approximately 42% of adults aged 51 years and above just don't consume enough protein in their daily diets. We can get quality proteins from animal sources, eggs, milk, meat, poultry, fish. But a lot of us nowadays are opting for protein-based sources, plant-based protein sources. And if this is the case, what is happening is that we may be lacking one or two amino acids. So in order to fill the protein gaps, it requires that we have to move to oral nutritional supplementation. And one such option is Ensure. So let's look at Ensure Original. It provides complete balanced nutrition and key nutrients to support brain health. In the case of brain health, it's vitamin B12 and folate. Bone health, we have vitamin D and calcium. For your muscle health, we have quality protein, high quality protein. And for immune support, we have zinc and antioxidants. For your patients who are underweight or losing weight without trying, there's Ensure Complete. And Ensure Complete gives you 30 grams of protein. It's calorically dense with 350 calories in a 10-ounce bottle. We have 25 vitamins and minerals, and it's clinically proven to help maintain weight. For patients who wish to maintain a healthy weight or are pursuing intentional weight loss, there's Ensure Max Protein Shake. And here we also have the presentation with 30 grams of protein, only 150 calories, 4 grams of fiber, 1 gram of sugar, and 25 vitamins and minerals. So to help your patients reach their nutritional goals, we need to direct them to the right Ensure. And we have 6 such presentations in the market at this point in time. Ensure plant-based protein, Ensure high protein, Ensure max protein, as we just spoke about, Ensure complete, we have Ensure plus, and we have Ensure original. For persons living with diabetes, we're seeing that over 60% of Caribbean adults are overweight and obese. And here's where we need to consider the use of nutritional shakes as meal or snack replacements that can help meet their nutritional needs in those who are pursuing weight loss. It can assist with improving their protein intake. It can help with reducing their overall calorie intake, reduce their carbohydrate intake, and it also can help meet the daily values of vitamins and minerals. Now, Glucerna is a great choice for this. For increased proteins, we have Glucerna Protein Smart, and that's the one over to it's to the right of my screen. And it's designed to help manage blood sugar, support muscle health, and help manage hunger. It has 30 grams of protein. It has 150 calories, 4 grams of fiber, 25 vitamins and minerals, and 3 grams of sugar. And the sugar that we're talking about here is fructose, which doesn't engage the body the same way that glucose does. For slightly less protein, we have Glucerna Hunger Smart, which gives you 15 grams of protein, 180 calories, 46 grams of fiber, and that's dependent on the flavor that's available, and 25 vitamins and minerals. We have other presentations. The newest one on the block is Glucerna 1 gram total, which is a delicious shake with 1 gram of total sugars designed to help manage blood sugar response, and you'll see it in your supermarkets and some pharmacies. So all Glucerna, all Ensure and Glucerna are suitable for lactose intolerance and are gluten-free. Now, we spoke of Glucerna being carb steady, and that simply means that they have a blend of complex carbohydrates which are slowly released in the small intestine, which helps to minimize blood sugar response, as set out in this diagram. When your stomach has simple carbohydrates, they're absorbed very quickly into the bloodstream, into the intestine. But when you have Glucerna with carb steady, what you have is absorption taking place throughout the small intestine, and this helps to minimize the blood glucose response. So for your patients with hard-to-heal wounds, which keeps them from living their best life, there's Juven. And wounds sometimes can be as a result of pressure injuries, diabetic foot wounds, surgical incisions, or other acute and chronic wounds. Now, Juven is medical food, which features nutrients to help support wound healing from the inside out. We have arginine, which promotes blood flow and protein production. We have glutamine, which supports tissue development and helps to stimulate collagen formation. We have collagen peptides, which stimulate internal collagen production. We have HMB, which is a metabolite of leucine, which enhances protein synthesis and reduces muscle breakdown. Reduces muscle breakdown. We have micronutrients, vitamins C, E, B12. We have zinc and we have calcium to support the wound healing process. It's recommended that Juven be taken 2 sachets per day, placed in 8 to 10 fluid ounces of water or juice, and we start to see results in as little as 2 weeks. My last slide is a reminder that Pedialyte is not just for children. Pedialyte provides hydration for all. Whether you're exercising, you're experiencing excessive sweating, you're enduring extreme heat, or there's vomiting or diarrhea, Pedialyte replenishes fluid and electrolytes. I've included my business card with my cell number 489-6093. My email address, paul.russell with 1 L @abbott.com. And all our products are distributed from CarMed Limited, and we're based at 20 Lady Musgrave Road, Kingston 5, Jamaica. Thank you again for the opportunity to present, and have the very good rest of your conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Russell. As always, your products are familiar, but always good to be reminded of what is available and what new things there are. And certainly I know your products are well used across the family doctor world. Our
Thanks
next,
thanks for having me.
our pleasure. And thanks for your support as always.
Mm-hmm.
Our next sponsor presentation at this time is from Medimplex. I'm not sure if this is a video, Sam, or is this
everyone,
is a
and thank you
representative?
for the opportunity to present today. I'll be highlighting two important products distributed by Medimplex Jamaica Limited, Palixid and Cavington Fort. We will begin with Palixid. Palixid contains donepezil hydrochloride and is available in both 5 and 10 mg strengths. It is indicated for the treatment of mild to moderately severe Alzheimer's disease. Its role is to help improve or maintain cognitive function and support patients in managing daily activities for as long as possible. Donepezil works by increasing the levels of acetylcholine, a chemical involved in memory and learning. By improving communication between nerve cells in the brain, Palixid helps manage the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease, although it does not stop the progression of the condition. Treatment with Palixid typically begins at 5 mg to allow the patient to adjust, with the option to increase to 10 mg after a 1-month assessment if needed. The medication is usually taken once daily in the evening, and dosing adjustments are generally not required in patients with renal or hepatic impairment. Palixid has been shown to support cognition, daily functioning, and behavioral symptoms in patients with Alzheimer's disease. It is generally well tolerated. The 5 mg retails for $11,186 approximately, while the 10 mg retails for $12,684 approximately. Both prices for a pack of 28 tablets. The other product in our portfolio is Cavington Fort, which contains vinpocetine 10 mg. This medication is commonly used to support cerebral circulation and cognitive function. Cavington Fort's mechanism of action can be viewed through 4 key areas: cerebral metabolism, blood flow, microcirculation, and overall brain function. It helps improve blood supply to impaired areas of the brain, while circulation to unaffected areas remains stable. It also supports cerebral microcirculation by helping to reduce platelet aggregation and promote oxygen transport to the brain. Building on this vascular support, Cavington Fort also helps with cerebral metabolism by improving the brain's use of oxygen and glucose. Together, these actions support better cerebral functioning, including short-term memory, perception, and overall mental performance. Cavington Fort is used in a variety of neurological and cerebrovascular conditions. These include post-stroke management, memory impairment, vertigo, tinnitus, and vascular dementia, where improved cerebral circulation may help support patient outcomes. Before considering Cavington Fort, it is important to identify patients for whom the product would not be appropriate. Particular caution should be taken in patients who are pregnant or breastfeeding, those with a known sensitivity to related compounds, and patients with serious cardiovascular conditions such as severe ischemic heart disease or significant rhythm disturbances. It should also be avoided in cases where there is a history or risk of hemorrhagic stroke. So while Cavington Fort may have a role in supporting cerebral circulation and function, patient selection and safety screening must come first. The recommended dosage for Cavington Fort is 1 10 mg tablet taken 3 times daily with food. Cavington Fort has a favorable interaction profile, with no major drug interactions currently known. This allows it to be used safely alongside many combined therapies. Cavington Fort is generally well tolerated, but some patients may experience mild cardiovascular effects, such as transient hypertension or transient tachycardia. Overall, Cavington Forte provides multiple benefits for patients by supporting memory, mental alertness, and cerebral blood flow. Its strong safety profile and accessibility through major healthcare programs also make it a practical option for long-term cognitive support. In closing, both Cavington Fort and Palixid have an important place when we are considering patients with cognitive decline and related neurological concerns. Cavington Fort supports the brain from a vascular and metabolic perspective by helping with cerebral blood flow, microcirculation, oxygen use, and overall cerebral functioning. Palixid, on the other hand, is positioned for patients with mild to moderately severe Alzheimer's disease, where support for memory, cognition, and daily functioning becomes a key part of management. The main takeaway is that these products should not be viewed in isolation, but as part of a thoughtful clinical approach based on the patient's condition, symptoms, diagnosis, and overall safety profile. When the right patient is identified and the necessary precautions are considered, Caventon Fort and Palixid can help support better neurological care and improve the patient's quality of life. Thank you for your attention. On behalf of the Medimpex Jamaica team, please do enjoy the rest of the day's proceedings.
Okay, and we extend our thanks to Medimplex and certainly for their presentation and for their support. We now move into our second academic presentation, and it is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Alveston Bailey, another graduate of the University of the West Indies, Mona, class of 1980. He just missed my class by 1 year, so I won't hold that against him. He has over 40 years experience in public and occupational health and safety. In 2011, he was appointed as a Adjunct Associate Professor at the University of Technology, School of Public Health and Health Technology in Jamaica, where he played a critical role in establishing the Occupational Health and Safety Division. Since 2016, he has been an associate lecturer at the Caribbean School of Medical Sciences, Jamaica. He presently practices in Falmouth, Trelawney as an occupational health and safety consultant and family physician. He is a past regional president of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians and past president of the Medical Association of Jamaica and now chairman of the MAJ Foundation, the charitable arm of MAJ. In 2003, he was recipient of the Medical Association Jamaica's President's Award for Outstanding Achievement in the field of family medicine, and in 2006, he was inducted as a Fellow of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians. He is widely involved with the University Diabetic Outreach Association over the last many years. He comes with a wealth of experience, and it is our pleasure to have him today to speak to us on navigating the ethical frontier, AI as a catalyst for healthcare equity and universal access. Please help me to welcome Dr. Alveston Bailey to present his paper. Dr. Bailey, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eileen. It's really
you're not in slideshow mode yet, so you could go into slideshow mode with your slides.
Let me check. Okay, so you can see my screen moving.
I'm seeing the slides, but it's still in slides sorter. Sorter is not in the slideshow mode.
Let me see.
There's usually something at the top of the screen that would that says slideshow.
Yeah, I'm checking. I normally have no problem with this thing.
I know we had tested it before, but this is what the technology does sometimes. But
So let me
Yes.
let me exit, and then I'll exit and then go back.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. So just to remind all the participants, if you have any questions, please do put them in the Q&A tab. And at the end of session 2, we will have the question and answer section for the 3 presenters in session 1 and session 2.
Am I on now?
No, I'm not. Yes, but still not in slideshow mode. I'm not sure
No,
because it had.
my screen is in slideshow move, and I can move it.
Sam, maybe we need some technical advice here. Mr. Heron, are you there? Because I know we had tested it before and it had worked, so I'm not sure what is happening now.
Okay, Sam, my screen.
You are seeing it differently on your screen from what we are seeing.
Yeah, it is in slideshow mode on my screen. I don't know if Sam could intervene. Somewhere out though.
Okay, seem to have. Well, we can see this. We can see the slides. It's just not optimal.
Okay.
Sam, are you? Do you have any advice here?
Sam seemed to disappear.
Go to stop sharing and try stop sharing and coming back one more time.
Okay,
if not, we will go through as it is.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing.
I don't know if you can put it in the slideshow mode before you.
Okay, let me go.
Okay, here, click slide. Yes, I think he did. Please click slideshow at the top and then re-enter sharing. One of our other technology people online is trying to offer some advice.
They're suggesting that I click slideshow at the top and then enter sharing.
Seems as if there's something that is showing differently on your side,
yes,
and on our side.
Let me see. How about that? Is that working?
Wonderful. Here we go now. You can go ahead.
Okay,
Thank you.
No problem. Again, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to make this presentation. I was quite impressed with Dr. Nemard's presentation because he has essentially laid the foundation for what I'm about to say. Now, my topic today really is to look at the impact of AI on equity, access, and ethics. And I anticipate that by the end of the session, your understanding of Dr. Nemard's presentation will be enhanced significantly. The objective, therefore, is to examine how artificial intelligence may influence equity, access, and ethics within healthcare. And I plan to explore the potential benefits of AI in improving inclusion, and Dr. Nemard described it as intentionality, expanding access to information and services, and reducing historical disparities. I would like to analyze the major risks, and I want us to pay particular attention to this slide. In fact, I'll suggest that you take a screenshot of it because this is extremely important in the presentation. You need to be able to understand that AI might include biases. And there's an interesting term that I like with respect to this presentation, which is called AI hallucination. I want you to make a note of that one. So AI is associated with bias, hallucination, brittleness, privacy concerns, inequity, and exclusionary design. I would like to evaluate the ethical and governance frameworks developed by organizations such as WHO, UNESCO, OECD, NIST, and EU to help to make AI more trustworthy. We intend to discuss implications of AI for low and middle income countries, particularly Jamaica, emphasizing the importance of equitable access, digital literacy, responsible governance, and human-centered AI development. Now, AI is not only a technical tool, it has now been described as a social force. Its influence on equity, access, and ethics depends less on the novelty of the algorithms used and more on the conditions under which it is designed, trained, deployed, governed, and evaluated. It's quite an interesting concept that people need to come to grip with, that AI is actually trained. Major international frameworks now converge on the same basic point. And the essential point is that AI can influence and expand human flourishing. It can make us better. But without deliberate safeguards, it can also reproduce and deepen inequalities. The WHO emphasizes that AI must be governed so that it works for the public benefit. And I particularly like the term. They insist that AI must be governed so that it can help us all. UNESCO, on the other hand, places human rights, dignity, transparency, fairness, and I place this particular bullet in red, which basically dovetails into what Dr. Nemaud is saying, that there must be human oversight at the center of AI governance. The OECD and NIST also insist that AI must be used with fairness, accountability, and risk management. So, what do equity, access, and ethics mean in the context of AI? Equity asks some questions. It asks whether AI benefits are fairly distributed. It asks whether harms fall disproportionately on already disadvantaged groups. So it is not merely about equal access to a tool, but about whether the outcomes are just across income, geography, race, gender, disability, language, age, and digital literacy. According to Danqua et al., published in 2004 and 2023 by Chin, recent public health and medical literature warns that if equity is not made a specific design goal, AI might widen existing disparities rather than reduce them. How about access? Access concerns who can actually use and benefit from AI. This means there should be adequate internet connectivity. Persons should have appropriate devices. The devices should be affordable. There should be appropriate language support. Disabled persons should be able to access AI, and there should be institutional capacity and appropriate infrastructure to enable it to be used. And of course, persons should be trained in its use. The International Communications Union in 2025 reports that almost 3/4 of the world are online, yet 2.2 billion people remain offline, mostly in low and middle income countries. And there's persistent affordability, and quality gaps. So it means, therefore, that AI innovation has arrived on top of an unresolved digital divide around the world. What about ethics? Ethics asks some question. Ethics invites you to reflect on what needs to guide us in its development and use. Therefore, we need to look at some core issues: autonomy, informed consent, privacy, fairness, transparency, accountability, safety, explainability, human oversight, non-maleficence, and justice. And these were proposed by the WHO and UNESCO in 2021. UNESCO's recommendation and WHO's guidance both make it clear that AI ethics is not an abstract add-on. It is a practical governance requirement. Let's take a look now at equity. How AI can advance equity, or how can it worsen it? So how can it advance equity? AI can improve equity when it is intentionally used to reduce historical disadvantages. In health and public services, it can help identify underserved communities. It can predict where needs are greatest. It can improve triage. It can extend specialist support into low-resource setting, as Dr. Nemard mentioned. It can translate information into more languages. And again, as he mentioned, support early detection of disease or risk. And that was proposed by WHO in 2021. The WHO reminds us that AI holds promise for diagnosis, treatment, research, drug development, and important public health functions such as surveillance and outbreak response. AI can also make systems more responsive to people who have long been poorly served. For example, language models and speech tools can lower barriers for people with low literacy, different linguistic backgrounds, or disabilities where these systems are well designed. The UNICEF's recent guidelines highlights the need for inclusion across gender, disability, and linguistic divide. They underscore the fact that AI can be a leveler only if inclusion is built into its deployment. In low-income settings, small and more targeted AI models may offer practical gains where frontier systems are too expensive or the infrastructure too complicated. The World Bank in 2005 report notes that although low and middle-income countries face steep barriers to large-scale AI development, many are beginning to adopt what I call, quote-unquote, small AI approaches, better matched to local constraints, which I think perhaps we in Jamaica should consider, small AI approaches. But can AI worsen inequity? And the answer is yes. It can worsen inequity if training underrepresents certain population, if it reflects historical discrimination, or if the data in which it is trained are collected in richer setting and then exported into poor one. Therefore, this could result in less accurate or less fair outcomes for marginalized groups. The CDC highlights by Damka et al. In 2024 that AI bias often emerges from data access, data collection, data preparation, data development, and impaired validation processes. This matter because AI errors are not evenly distributed. A diagnostic tool that works well for the majority population, but might not work for rural communities, those with darker skins, minorities, women, children, or people with disability. Therefore, AI might not be a neutral tool because of its biases. Therefore, the term in AI literature which I like is that it redistributes risk downward. There's also what is called a geopolitical dimension. The World Bank analysis shows that AI innovation remains highly uneven, concentrated in higher income settings, which is not surprising. While the ITU data show connectivity and broadband gaps around the world is substantial. That was published last year. AI also worse inequity when the infrastructure, the computing technologies, data, and talent are concentrated elsewhere, and poor countries then become passive consumers of tools built for different realities. How about access? How can AI improve access? And can access be unequal? First, it can expand information access by summarizing complex materials, provide translation, simplify technical language, and support round-the-clock user assistance. The WHO's 2025 guidance on generative AI in health reflects the expectation, and I actually put that word in bold, the expectation, which we hope will be realized, that large multimodal models would have wide application across healthcare, in research, public health, and drug development. The potential is there. Second, it can extend scarce expertise. This is important. AI can assist you in decision making, and it can help general practitioners, community workers, teachers, or frontline staff. They will be able to perform their tasks with better consistency, especially, and again, as Dr. Demar mentioned, where there are limited specialist support. Thirdly, and this one is self-explanatory, it can increase administrative efficiency. By automating documentation discussed by the previous lecture, it can improve classification, scheduling, review of large data sets, and I particularly like this bullet, again mentioned by Dr. Nemad, it can free us from our complex tasks. So the CDC's 2026 guidance for public health agencies presents generative AI as a tool that can improve efficiency and expand reach. That's the operative word. It can improve efficiency and expand reach. Firstly, it can improve accessibility. Mentioned also by my colleague in his brilliant lecture, it can facilitate speech to text, text to speech. It can help you with captioning. It can help you to work with other interfaces, and it might offer you a multilingual system, especially if you deal with patients from different cultures. UNESCO emphasizes fairness, inclusion, education, and social well-being. It emphasizes that accessibility is an ethical and policy concern and not merely a design feature. But AI can also be unequal. AI cannot be meaningfully accessible where basic digital prerequisites are missing, such as broadband, appropriate devices, unstable electricity, inability to access cloud, poor cybersecurity, poor data governance, absence of skilled personnel, and public trust. And that is important, public trust. News 2025 figures show that billions remain offline and that quality and affordability gaps persist, especially in low-income countries. That was published last year. And in 2024, UNICEF warns that AI may deepen gaps that were never resolved in an already digitally unequal setting. Access is also unequal when systems are built only, and this is important, in dominant languages or culturally narrow user groups. And I paused when I was preparing this lecture to reflect that we need to think of how AI can be made accessible for those who speak Caribbean English, Jamaican Creole, or other indigenous languages. If they can't read it, they won't be able to understand it, they won't be able to use it. Likewise, if users do not understand when they are dealing with AI, what the system can or cannot do, or how to challenge when an error occurs. And I like the term that the user called access without agency. Then it becomes inappropriate. Therefore, UNESCO's recommendation explicitly recommend that AI display transparency, fairness, data governance, good education, social well-being. Let's take a look now at ethics. We're going to look at the ethical issues at the heart of AI. We're going to look at fairness and non-discrimination, transparency and explainability, privacy and data governance, human oversight and autonomy, safety, reliability, and hallucination and accountability. AI should not systematically disadvantage certain groups. This requires that the data that is trains AI be representative of all social classes. It should be bias tested, and it should also have subgroup performance reporting. And there should be mechanism for correction when errors are detected. This was discussed by Chin in 2023. People affected by AI decisions should be able to, I think I'd like to pause on this one because this was actually published by the European Commission in 2024. They propose that people affected by AI should be able to know that AI is being used, understand the basis of important decisions where possible, and bullet number 3 states they should be able to contest harmful outcome. So they should know that AI is being used, understand the rationale behind its use, and if the outcome is inappropriate, they should be able to contest it. AI systems often depend on large volumes of personal data.
Sorry, have we lost Dr. Bailey? All right, we seem to have, I'm not sure if Dr. Bailey dropped out. It does seem so. We will try to make contact and see whether he's able to rejoin.
Speak, let them hear. Sam? Sam? Dr. Standard Golson, Dr. Bailey has lost power. He said he will be back shortly.
All right, thank you.
He's asking for you to put a filler in until he
Sure.
regains power.
Thank you. What we're going to do, let us move this. I think he is rejoining now. So let us give him a moment and see if he's able to continue.
Okay, Dr. Eileen, I'm back.
Good.
Okay.
We'll give you a moment to get your slides back up to.
Please do.
Sure. All right, are you able to get it into slideshow?
Let me do it. Okay, there you are.
There we go.
Okay, no problem. My apologies.
Right. So you were talking about you'd spoken about transparency.
Right. Okay, give me a sec. There you are. All right. Are we
Yes.
back on? Okay, great. So what I was saying then is that people affected by AI decision should be able to know that AI is being used, understand the basis of important decisions where possible, and contest harmful outcomes. That's an interesting one. AI systems often depend on large volumes of personal or sensitive data. And I was saying, many of us who use AI are oftentimes surprised when you log on to be greeted warmly by the app and be reminded of what you looked at either recently or in the past, which sometimes a bit scary because it's obvious that Big Brother was watching you. So poor data stewardship can expose users to surveillance, misuse, or function creep. So UNESCO and WHO suggests that you treat governance as a major issue. Again, in keeping with what Dr. Nemar discussed, AI should support, not erase human judgment in high-stakes setting. Let me repeat that. AI should support, not erase human judgment in high-stakes setting where these decisions are critical. UNESCO stresses human oversight, while WHO insists that ethics and human rights must remain central in design and development. Now, I thought I'd just pause to mention this, and I'm going to discuss it in more detail in the next two slides. With respect to safety, reliability, and hallucination risk, I really prefer if you take a screenshot of this slide because it's terribly important. Generative AI can fabricate facts, colleagues. It can misstate evidence or produce plausible but false output. WHO 2005 guidance and other recent sources on generative AI in health emphasize research as hallucination. So AI can have a mental disorder, bias, privacy problems, and brittleness. I'm going to discuss that now because it's important. AI hallucination refers to the generation of false, fabricated or misleading outputs by artificial intelligence systems, often presented with unwarranted confidence and fluency. Such hallucinations arise because generative AI predicts plausible language patterns rather than possessing genuine understanding or verified factual awareness. AI does not possess genuine understanding or verified factual awareness. So healthcare AI might invent a diagnosis, recommend unsafe treatment, misstate drug interaction, or fabricate scientific evidence. I would like that to be observed carefully. That is why most ethical AI framework insists, again, let me read this slowly, AI should support, not replace professional judgment. Outputs must be verified, and human oversight must remain central. I think the point has been well said. What about AI brittleness? AI brittleness refers to the limited robustness of artificial intelligence system, whereby performance deteriorates significantly when confronted with unfamiliar, altered, or complex real-world conditions that is outside of the system training environment. AI brittleness raises important ethical concerns because vulnerable groups may experience more errors, systems may fail unpredictably in low-resource settings, and over-reliance on AI may undermine human judgment. Brittle AI deployed in Jamaica, for example, might perform poorly if it doesn't understand the local dialect, if it doesn't understand our cultural practices, if there are infrastructure limitations, and it fails to understand our demographic reality. Because this was not part of its training data, it becomes brittle. AI bias occurs when artificial intelligence systems produce unfair or systematically distorted outcomes that disadvantage certain populations. Medical AI may misdiagnose darker skin condition, underestimate disease risk in marginalized groups, or provide unequal recommendations. The final concern is privacy. The power of AI is fundamentally tied to data. And wherever vast amounts of personal data are gathered and analyzed, there is always a risk of privacy breach. The more powerful the system, the greater its appetite for data. And this creates risk involving surveillance, unauthorized access, misuse of personal information, profiling, loss of autonomy, and erosion of confidentiality. Let's now pause to look at accountability. When harm occurs, someone must be responsible. Is it the developers, the deployers, the regulators, and the institution using the tool? NIST and AIRMF, which means National Institute of Standards and Technology Artificial Intelligence Risk Management Framework, or the tongue twister, exists precisely because trustworthiness requires life cycle governance, not just technical performance. The WHO guidance in AI for health is valuable because it links AI ethics to public benefit, health systems, and vulnerable groups. It identifies ethical challenges and sets out 6 consensus principles for governance, which you can look up in the references. UNESCO's recommendations on the ethics of AI is the first global normative standard on AI adopted by all UNESCO member states. It is especially helpful because it connects ethics to action in data governance, gender, education, health, environment, and social well-being. NIST AI Risk Management Framework is practical. It provides a voluntary structure for incorporating trustworthiness into design, development, deployment, and evaluation. For countries such as Jamaica, the NIST AI RMF may help guide national AI governance, improve institutional trust, evaluate AI safety, and strengthen accountability systems. The EU AI Act is a leading example of a comprehensive risk-based legal framework. It categorizes AI risk, it bans certain unacceptable practices, and imposes strict requirements on high-risk systems. So, we're near the end of the lecture. Equity, access, and ethics are inseparable. An AI system may be accessible in the sense that people can use it, yet still be inequitable if it works poorly for marginalized groups. A system may appear ethical in policy, but remains inaccessible if the population lacks devices, broadband, literacy, or language support. And a system may be equitable in intent, but unethical in practice if consent, privacy, transparency, or accountability are weak. So I want you to take a screenshot of this one as your take-home point. And this slide says quite simply that equity is the distributive test, access is the practical test, and ethics is the moral test. That is what it is. Equity is the distributive test, access is the practical test, and ethics is the moral test. The central lesson, therefore, is this. A responsible AI system must pass all three tests. Pass all three. There are implications for low and middle income countries such as Jamaica. For lower resource countries, the issue is not whether AI will arrive. It has arrived. But whether it will arrive in a way that is locally useful, culturally appropriate, and institutionally governable. In the Caribbean, regional documents increasingly emphasize harmonized policy, meaningful connectivity, and AI governance as linked priorities rather than separate agendas. I'm pleased to know that the Office of the Prime Minister announced recently the launch of Jamaica's UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment. It described the country as among the first in the Caribbean to complete that process. The announcement states that Jamaica had already established a national AI task force, produced national policy recommendation, and is moving towards a national AI policy grounded in UNESCO's ethics principles. We look forward to seeing that document. The same material emphasized algorithmic accountability, bias, explainability, AI literacy, community-based education, and the need to close digital divides. In conclusion, AI may improve equity by identifying unmet needs, personalizing support, extending scarce resource expertise, and lowering some barriers to information and services. AI may improve access by making knowledge, tools, and assistance more available. But it may also worsen inequity through biases, opaque decision-making, inappropriate design, and concentration of infrastructure and power in the wrong places. Therefore, the ethical decision, colleagues, is not whether AI should be used at all, but under what conditions it deserves trust. The societies that benefit most from AI will likely be those that treat AI equity as a design requirement, access as a public good, and ethics as a binding obligation rather than a public relations slogan. The references are here which guided me in this discussion, and I hope that my presentation was useful in helping us to understand this rather new and fascinating topic. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bailey. As always, a very erudite presentation looking at the equity, access, and ethics of AI. And what both yourself and Dr. Nemhard have really emphasized thus far is that AI should support what we do, but it cannot erase or substitute for the human input, and that we must have frameworks within which AI is used. So thank you so much for that. Participants, please put your questions in the Q&A tab so that we can have some questions in a little while at the end of session 2. So thank you, Dr. Bailey.
You're welcome.
To finish off session 1, there is a presentation from Indus Pharmaceuticals. I believe that we do have a representative with us.
Here.
Good. No, it's still morning. Yes, good morning.
Morning,
This is Mr. Williams from Indus. Please go ahead and share with us. And thanks for your support.
All right, can everyone see my screen?
Yes, we're seeing it.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Williams. I'm from Indus Life Sciences. I'm a field sales executive, and I have been enjoying all the presentations thus far, right? So thank you for all of that. And we're proud to be sponsors for this family health conference as well. So I'd like to run through a few of our products just for you guys. I know most of which you guys should know all of them, I'm pretty sure. Right now, when you have patients come in, they might present one or a few of these problems. And the question is, which antacid is the right one? So we have heartburn, we have hyperacidity, flatulence, also reflux, gastritis. But the thing about it is that most antacids, yes, they neutralize acidity and they relieve gas. However, we have GERD unattended. Now, what Indus has done is that for the first time, we have our third generation antacid, and that's called New Gel. Now, we have an active ingredient in it called alginic acid, and I'll get into a little bit more about our alginic acid. Now, in the presence of the gastric acid or alginic acid mixes with it and it forms what we call an alginate raft. Now, the alginate raft would be a similar structure to how you'd see soap salt on top of water and it floats on top of the water, precisely just like that, right? Now, in this diagram, we have that little white foam forming, right? And that's the alginate raft. And I have a little video to demonstrate more how it acts. Now, we have the alginic acid being ingested, and then we have the alginate raft being formed on top of the stomach contents. Now, while we have our stomach contents being neutralized, if any is supposed to come up to the esophageal lining, then we have that alginate raft blocking any of the stomach contents from coming up, causing that discomfort, GERD, as we refer to it as. Now, this alginic acid, it's made out of cellulose, so it means that doesn't interact with the body, doesn't interact with any medications, any food. We don't break it down or anything, and it's excreted completely unchanged after 4 to 6 hours. Now, the great thing about our new gel is that firstly, we have ensured that we have kept our magnesium hydroxide or neutralizing agents. We've ensured that we keep them to a uniform composition. Why? We don't want any side effects such as diarrhea, constipation affecting our patients. So just to ensure we don't have any side effects, we have to keep them uniform. We have our dimethicone as our fluttering drug as well, and we also have the alginic acid. Now, the good thing to note about New Gel is that it's sugar-free, so it's safe in diabetics. It can also be used in pregnancy, and it can also be used with our kids. Right? We can take 10 to 15 ml. Now, the good thing about New Gel is that our New Gel, it has an onset action of probably about 5 to 15 minutes, and its duration is 4 to 6 hours, which means that I know most persons, they might have some acid reflux problems probably at breakfast when having the breakfast, or probably at lunchtime or at dinner time. So taking it accordingly, you should be taking it twice a day. So taking it twice a day solves all the problems for acid reflux, your gas, and also your digestive issues as well, as it also has mint in it. Now we have an extension of our new gel. We call it our new gel O. Now it has oxytocin in it, which is a local anesthetic to help line the stomach lining to prevent any pain that our patients might experience from the ulcers or gastritis as well. Now, We have a few precautions for new gel O. We don't recommend it in pregnancy, and we do not recommend it in our kids as well. Otherwise, after the mother has given birth, it's perfectly safe. It won't affect breastfeeding, and we don't recommend in our kids. Safe for everybody else. And for a new gel and new gel O, we have a 200 ml pack. We also have a 100 ml pack, and we also have a sachet, which is a one dosage formulation. Very convenient. You can walk with it, you can travel with it. It's good. You just pull it, you take it. You don't have to dissolve it or mix it or anything. Very, very convenient for travel. Now we have our JSV as well, right? Now I know everybody knows JSV, but I'd like to just get into some very few details. Now, our JSV exhibits CPM technology, which means that it exhibits ixotropic action. Now, this means that it will aid in the uniform spreading of the gel, and it also ensures that we have vaginal retention of the gel as well. So if there's any patient where they have used the JSV gel and they say that, doc, some of the gel is running down, it might be a very high chance that they're not using the applicator properly. And what we have also done is that going forward in these JSV packs, we'll have a little QR code when they open the box, just to demonstrate how to use the JSV so that we don't have any more problems that our patients might be facing because of this. But otherwise, it should have total vaginal retention to ensure that we have total eradication of whichever infection that our patient might be experiencing. We have our Viscoff S right now, and Viscoff S, it's good. Why? Because we have a lot of flu symptoms going around right now. A lot of persons have flu, including myself about 3 weeks ago. Now, Viscoff S, firstly, it's more than a standard cough medicine. Why? In 5 mLs, we have 2 mgs of salbutamol, which we will commonly find in 10 mLs for most of our traditional cough medicine. So it means that for adults, 5 mLs is sufficient, and for children, 2.5 is good, which means that 1 bottle of a Viscoff S can see through the entire course of the cough that our patient might be experiencing. So that's a very good thing, right? You don't have to buy 2 bottles to see through the entire course of the cough. 1 bottle is good enough. And if you step it up to 10 mLs for some patients, more than likely they'll complain of palpitations. So I know the usual regime is 10 mLs 3 times a day. However, for Viscoff S, 5 mLs 3 times a day, perfectly fine for the patient. And our kids, 2.5. And it also has surfactant action, which helps to get that mucus out of the chest as well, and to ensure that we don't have any lung collapse in our patients. We have our Flexil as well. We have it in our 120 and 180 as well, especially right now with those flu symptoms as well and allergies. Flexil is very good at dealing with it. We have our Neurabolin, and we have it in our 2 strengths. We have it in 75 and 150. Now, for Neurabolin, especially for our diabetic patients, we have a little program that we have been doing for years upon years for not only diabetic patients, but also hypertensive patients. For whenever they go to the pharmacy and they have the NHF card, they benefit from the subsidy that the government provides, but they also benefit from receiving strips as well. So if your doctor prescribes Neurabolin to one patient, when they go to the pharmacies, we have most of our pharmacists participating as well. If you prescribe a month's worth for the patient, then they end up getting a strip, which is 10 tablets. If you prescribe 2 months, they get 2 strips, which is 20 tablets. So it's just a little initiative that we have been doing for ongoing years now, just to help out our patients, especially seeing that we know that a large population of ours has hypertension or diabetes. So it's a thing that we have been doing, and we're asking our doctors to come on board just to help out this initiative that we have started. And then we have our last product, which is our amino pep or big juice. It's the first product that we launched, and pretty much everybody is not getting the adequate supplementation that they have, especially amino acids, seeing that we only can get it from animals. We have to get it from a balanced diet, and it's kind of hard right now creating a balanced diet. So what we have done is that we have taken 10 of your essential amino acids and we put them in a complete formulation along with your vitamins and minerals and zinc as well to create our amino pep, which is the big juice. Now, this is a list of all the amino acids it has on the supplements as well, right? Just to name a few, We have tryptophan, which is good for stress, right? We have histidine, which is good for red blood cell production. We have zinc, which is good for immunity. So the thing about our AminoPep is that we have ensured that pretty much every person at their stage of life can take it. So our pregnant mothers, they need it especially because they need that extra boost in amino acids to ensure that the baby is getting the sufficient supplementation. And even after birth, we want to ensure that our mothers, they have the breast milk that has all the supplementation that they have to ensure that they have the healthy growth of our child. And even during convalescing, recovering from injury, surgery is good for that person and even elderly. Now, the thing about AminoPep, I know a lot of persons, they might taste it and they're like, it has this sweet taste, but I can assure you guys that it has sorbitol, which is a natural sweetener, and diabetics can break it down, which means it's also safe in our diabetics. It's good for elderly as well. So pretty much everybody can take AminoPep. I recommend AminoPep to everybody, and I don't want AminoPep just to be used because yes, there's a problem or there's an ongoing issue, but it should be just a way of life because we take our calcium tablets, we take our vitamins and minerals without anything being wrong. So I just want to encourage use of AminoPep for that reason. And the dosage is 10 ml once or twice a day. For children, once or twice a day, 5 ml. You can step it up to 3 days if the person is recovering from injury. And I hope everybody enjoyed my presentation, and that's the end.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Thank you for that. And thanks once again for your support of the World Family Doctor Day conference this year.
Okay. It's great to be here.
Okay. Mr. Heron, on my program, I'm seeing Medimplex. Is there another presentation from Medimplex? Sam? Before I'm going to ask Sam. Sam, are you there? I wanted you to project something for me before I hand over to Dr. Anna Brown Morgan, who I see is anxiously waiting to take over. I would just ask for 1 minute of your time to ask Sam to share something wearing my hat as president of the UWI Medical Alumni Association Jamaica Chapter Interim Committee. Just want to invite the persons who are UWI Medical Alumni resident in Jamaica to an evening of reasoning and reconnection, which is scheduled for Thursday, July the 2nd. I think Sam is going to project. Yes. Thank you very much, Sam, and thank you for indulging me.
No problem at all, Doc.
And
There was a person online, I believe it's Cheyenne Magoo from Medimpex. I'm not sure if she had a presentation
she wanted,
to do at this
okay.
time.
All
But
right.
please go ahead
I
and
know we are a
invite.
little behind time, but if I do see another presentation from Medimplex on,
Okay.
so we would
I think it might have been a
accommodate
mistake,
her.
Doc. I think it might have been a typo. Medimpex
Okay.
already went to their presentation, so I think
All right.
as you have done, let's invite everyone to join at the Evening of Reasoning and Reconnection.
Right. And you see that you could take a screenshot of that. Those of you who are UWI medical alumni, resident in Jamaica, we would like to really reinvigorate the Jamaica chapter and make our contribution to the faculty. So I want to thank you all very much. And Sam, if there is no other sponsor presentation, I will hand over to the very effervescent Dr. Anna Brown Morgan. Can I hand over now? Dr. Brown Morgan, please do take us into session 2, which I know will be as enthralling and educational as session 1 was. So over to you, Arno.
Well, good morning, Dr. Ailey Standard Golson, And thank you for such a wonderful emceeing of our first session, bringing cohesive sort of comments on everything that happened this morning. Our wonderful presenters have done so very, very well. So it is my pleasure to join this conference today as your second moderator of this World Family Doctor Day Jamaica Conference. I just like to take a moment to reiterate how important it is that family doctors in Jamaica have a forum, such as the World Family Doctor Day celebrations, at which we recognize and acknowledge excellence in our GPs and family doctors, and where we also acknowledge their passing of these good people. As Dr. Golson said before, Dr. Mary Sloper, Dr. Tomlin Paul, and Dr. Weeda Golden Beecher. Dr. Weeda transitioned on Mother's Day, so that's just around the corner. These individuals were well known in their communities as doctors of excellence who were humble, yet contributed greatly to their chosen communities, whether it is a community in a town or a community at the University of the West Indies. They were foundation members of the GP Family Doctor movement in Jamaica, and may their souls rest in peace. So we have experienced a feast of quality presentations today aimed at introducing us to the world of digital and artificial intelligence. And I know that you've not been disappointed so far. We will now continue in similar manner with two presentations in this session, which will seek to further increase our comfort levels with accepting and even integrating in our businesses digital and artificial intelligence applications while learning the checks and balances. So at this time, it is my pleasure to introduce as our first speaker in the second session, Dr. Brian Kazara, who is no stranger to the family doctors, as he's one of our favorite and faithful presenting psychiatrists. He is currently president of the Jamaica Psychiatric Association and works as a psychiatrist at Bellevue Hospital. He's the president of the Caribbean Psychiatric Association, CARPA. He is the former vice president of the Jamaica Medical Doctors Association, known as the JMDA, and the former president of the UWI Philosophy Society. He's a graduate of Campion College. I know people want to say they're graduates of Ardennes and they're graduates of KCJC, but he is a graduate of Campion College, a popular known Jamaican high school, well known for its academic excellence. And from there, he attended the University of the West Indies, completing his medical degree and Doctor of Medicine in psychiatry. Dr. Kazara is concerned about the effect of chronic diseases and community stressors in our population. And so today, he will apply his interest to sharing with us on the digital transformation of psychiatry, artificial intelligence-driven innovations in psychosocial practice. So he's going to show us how he is applying AI for our best interests here in medicine. Dr. Kazara, please come on board. I'm welcoming you to start your presentation.
Yes, good morning, Dr. Brown-Morgan. Thank you so much for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, everyone, for having me here. Really my pleasure to be able to present on this forum. And yeah, very grateful that this community of family physicians has been so welcoming to me I've really enjoyed it, and I hope that you find this presentation to be a worthwhile one. So I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen now. It's an interesting topic, digital transformation in psychiatry. And I'm just going to go straight into it. I think that the speakers before me, Dr. Nimard and Dr. Bailey, did an excellent job of really underscoring some of the major themes when it comes to the implementation and reality of digital transformation in healthcare at large. So you are going to see some overlap in themes between what they would have presented already, and what I have to say. But at the same time, naturally, my focus will be a bit more targeted on mental health. So digital transformation in healthcare, as our previous speakers highlighted, some of the most widely cited examples of this include telehealth, electronic health records, artificial intelligence, and wearable devices. This isn't an exhaustive list. There are other things, but these are some of the most widely utilized forms of digital transformation. And certainly these are some of the ones that are more relatable for us as physicians in Jamaica and in the Caribbean, because many of us already are implementing telehealth. Some of us have managed to use electronic health records. I'm not quite sure how many of us are using artificial intelligence, but there are a few. And even the use of wearable devices has been adopted by some of our local practitioners. Now, digital transformation in psychiatry is interesting. And, from the literature that I've read, one of the things that many authors emphasize is that, digital transformation or integration in clinical practice is quite intuitive when it comes to psychiatry, because psychiatry is not based on physical diagnostics, but instead based on self-reported experience and careful observation. And so when we think of digital transformation and self-reported experiences, what digital platforms allow us is a very convenient and easily accessible forum for people to express what they're going through. It allows persons to, in some cases, as we would have highlighted with speech to text, simply talk about their concerns and have it recorded. And I have had patients who have done just that and have brought it to some of the consultations that I've had with them. Many of the patients that I see now come to consultations, face-to-face consultations, with notes, with digital notes, going through their experiences for the week. And one of the major advantages I've found of this is that it allows for more consistent and precise reporting of their own experiences. When you see a client once a month, maybe once every 2-3 months, at least certainly in psychiatry, there might be important details regarding their psychosocial reality that may not necessarily come to mind when they are in front of us. So they might remember 1 or 2 things, but there might be 3 or 4 things that might not be mentioned. And so one of the advantages of having these digital platforms that allow for self-reported experiences to be recorded and organized is that it allows the patient to come to you with a very well-structured collection of their experiences that they can present to you. It's not unusual, I have found sometimes, that someone will mention a few of the things that have been bothering them, only to realize about 10 to 15 minutes towards the end that there was a major issue that they didn't bring attention to. So one of the things that I try and promote when I'm advocating and empowering my patients with digital tools is to even try and prioritize what they think is most pertinent when they come to us as psychiatrists to talk about mental health issues. And I think that this is something that certainly primary care physicians could also greatly benefit from. And in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if many of you are using it. I think that when somebody presents with purely physical symptoms, a lot of times it's very easy for them to prioritize it because they'll prioritize it based on what is contributing to the greatest degree of distress. So if they're experiencing a 9 out of 10 pain, they're going to bring that up. They're not going to wait until the last 10 to 15 minutes to discuss it. But when it comes to psychosocial concerns, sometimes the immediacy bias is at play. So they may talk about what most recently happened, forgetting an issue that has actually been in the back of their mind for the last 2 to 3 months. So again, that really to me is one of the important things. And it's not to say that this isn't something that was done before with paper and other things like that. But as I'll continue to emphasize, with digital platforms, patients now have an easily accessible and convenient tool in front of them. And also careful observation. So the digital transformation allows us to monitor things like mood and sleeping patterns. Psychiatrists have been using mood trackers and sleep journals for decades now. But one of the frequent issues with it is that it relies on the consistency of the patient. They need to fill up that tracker every day, and God forbid they lose the paper, because a lot of times these trackers are just printed documents. And if they lose the paper or misplace it, then the entire record is gone. So one of the benefits of having these digital trackers is that in some cases, it actually tracks these things automatically, as in the case of some trackers for sleep patterns, or they send prompts to remind you. So they may send a prompt in midday to remind you to describe what mood you're going through. So for these reasons, the fact that so much of psychiatry is based on the self-reported experience and careful observations, I think it is a great area for digital transformation. And I think that has already been demonstrated. Let's talk about the global demand for mental health, because I think the implementation of digital transformation in psychiatry has to be explored in the context of the increased global demand for mental health. We know that the World Health Organization says that depression is now the leading cause of disability worldwide, and it's the single largest contributor to non-fatal health loss. The economic cost is estimated to be about $1 trillion USD annually. You know, that's greater than the gross GDP, I'm sorry, for the vast majority of countries in the world. And we know that it particularly affects youth. Right now, recent surveys have shown that in many countries, for the first time since these kind of surveys were developed and widely distributed, that younger people, and that is people under the age of 30, are reporting more frequent and more intense mental health issues and conditions than persons over the age of 30. And that has huge significance, especially in countries like ours, where we have an aging population, because as we would have just demonstrated, there's a huge economic cost associated with mental health challenges. We know that when persons are dealing with mental health challenges, they're more likely to become sick, they're more likely to miss days of work, they're less likely to be productive. And so in the context of an aging population like ours here in Jamaica, it's particularly concerning that we're seeing that the demand or need for mental health care is disproportionately affecting young adults and children. As well, due to this increased demand, it's actually overwhelming our healthcare system. And certainly, I think those of us who work in psychiatry see this all the time. You know, at the University Hospital of the West Indies, it's not uncommon to have the ER room dominated by mental health cases. I remember when I was a resident in the Department of Psychiatry, there were days where we literally had 20 patients in the emergency room that couldn't get admitted because there was no bed space available. And even trying to transfer to other institutions like KPH or Bellevue Hospital was not feasible because they too had their bed occupancy being entirely filled. The mental health hotline that was put together by the Ministry of Health and Wellness has in recent months reported huge spikes in activity from people calling them. And the reality is that even they have to admit that they can't necessarily meet the demands. So we're seeing it at the level of the hospital, we're seeing it at the level of our national hotlines, that there's a huge demand for mental health care, and that demand cannot necessarily be met. Finally, I also want to emphasize the dearth of psychologists in Jamaica. We may not necessarily have enough psychiatrists in the public health system, at least according to what the World Health Organization would recommend, ratio of psychiatrists to the general population. But it's even more problematic when you look at the number of psychologists in our public health system. Let's take a look at the whole southern region. Last year, we only had 2 psychologists for the entire Southern Region Health Authority. And recently, one of them has left. So we only have 1 psychologist. That's 1 psychologist for Clarendon, Manchester, and St. Elizabeth. So I think anyone can appreciate that if you only have 1 psychologist for 3 parishes, that person is not going to be able to adequately meet the demands of their population. So we have huge gaps in accessibility. When we look at traditional versus digital models, there's some interesting contrasts. Again, I won't go into everything, but we know that the traditional approach emphasizes face-to-face consultation, which most studies show is still the gold standard in terms of developing what we call the therapeutic relationship. The reality is that when dealing with psychosocial issues, a huge proportion of what contributes to successful outcomes, positive outcomes, is developing a therapeutic relationship, meaning a relationship where the patient and the doctor have a bond of trust. The patient feels they can freely open up to the doctor and express themselves. And we know that this is most consistently and effectively achieved through face-to-face consultation. So it's still the gold standard. But the reality is that face-to-face consultation can only be managed 1 patient at a time in 1 setting. It does lead to limited access in rural areas. We know this to be true in Jamaica. For instance, look into the Northern Region Health Authority, which again has very few psychologists in the public system, and also a situation where it is not uncommon for us to have no psychiatrist in one of the parishes. Presently, there is no psychiatrist in the parish of Portland, for instance. So we're seeing where there's very limited access in rural areas to mental health care. And telepsychiatry offers a solution to that. So it's very useful. Also, of course, the traditional model uses paper records. I think that the benefit of electronic health records has been very widely discussed. I don't think I even need to mention it in this forum. But I think that's another clear advantage. And of course, with the dearth of trained mental health professionals that exist in our public system, one can also anticipate very long waiting times. So there are some genuine benefits to the traditional system of mental health care delivery. Like I said, face-to-face consultation still is the gold standard for developing a therapeutic relationship with your patients. But especially from a public health perspective, the need and benefit of integrating digital solutions is very clear. So again, as we have mentioned, we tell just to look at some of these digital solutions one by one, and we're not going to go through all of them, just a few of the big ticket ones. With telepsychiatry, the benefits include increased accessibility, and convenience for patients. And I think we've already discussed that, but really want to emphasize the reduced stigma. We've come a long way when it comes to stigma and mental health. And, I really want to pay tribute to primary care physicians when it comes to this. The reality is that primary care physicians see a greater proportion of the psychiatric cases than specialists. You guys come across persons with mental health challenges very frequently. And I think the increased respect for mental health issues that has been demonstrated by primary care physicians goes a long way in reducing stigma. I remember when I was in high school, I think I went my entire 7 years at Campion without probably ever even saying the word mental health. That wasn't even in our vocabulary. But no, I think if you speak to any high school student, it's something that they're very aware of. And that is a positive thing, because I think for very long, persons were dealing with mental health challenges and felt that they couldn't talk about it or didn't even know how to express themselves. But we know that it still exists. Many patients are very hesitant to come to Bellevue Hospital because of the stigma associated with it, or to even see a psychiatrist or come to a mental health clinic, because they don't want people in their community to see them going to the mental health clinic. So though we've come a long way, and I'll also say, even in Bellevue Hospital, we have a much greater amount of persons coming to us willingly, for not only just for severe cases, but for moderate to severe cases, because of the reduced stigma. We still have a very long way to go. And for those individuals who aren't accessing care due to stigma, telepsychiatry can serve as a solution. And also, it can reduce stigma, because it can allow persons who otherwise would be hesitant to access it to try it for themselves and then become more engaged and speak more openly about it to others. The challenges, of course, include internet access disparities, which I think Dr. Bailey did a great job of highlighting. I won't really go into that. Clearly, if persons don't have internet, they're not going to be able to use telepsychiatry. About 1 in 5 Jamaicans still don't have access to internet in Jamaica. I know that sounds surprising when you hear that statistic. This is according to local research. About 1 in 5 Jamaicans still don't have reliable and consistent internet access. So it's still a lot of us that can't even access this. So even though certainly this will help with access to healthcare, it doesn't necessarily give us universal access just yet. There are legitimate privacy concerns, and I think in psychiatry, the importance of ensuring confidentiality is self-explanatory. And then this is a big one as well, licensing and regulation issues. Because in the sphere of mental health, there are persons who may not necessarily be licensed or attached to a regulatory body, and that still sometimes offer care. This can at times be very dangerous, and studies have shown that. So one of the disadvantages of telepsychiatry is that it not only increases the ability of trained professionals to offer care, but it also increases the possibility of untrained professionals. So that's to offer care. So we'd call it tele-pseudo-psychiatry. Talking about apps, and I would have mentioned some apps to you already. We have mood trackers. Again, mood trackers have been used for decades in the form of paper, but there are huge benefits when we use it in a digital device, as I would have mentioned before. Meditation apps. Again, we have many, believe it or not, in Jamaica, we do have many persons who are very competent in teaching persons and guiding persons through meditation. But sometimes being able to access those individuals may come at a cost, or again, may just be difficult for persons to be able to come in direct contact with. And so the convenience of apps can be very useful. We have apps that utilize cognitive behavioral therapy and even just medication reminders. The benefits are, of course, that it allows for us to empower our patient, and it even allows for real-time symptom monitoring, which again is something we have discussed before. Our challenges are data security and a lack of regulation. Virtual reality. I find this one particularly interesting because through the use of virtual reality, we can allow our patients to have immersive experiences. That's when they see and feel like they're in a particular situation. This can be very useful for what we call exposure therapy for persons who have phobias and PTSD. A lot of times when persons have phobias, they might have a fear of a snake, for instance. We like to employ exposure therapy. We slowly and gently expose them to some of their fears and reassure them in the clinical setting to facilitate them eventually not attaching as much anxiety to the situation as they would have before. So for instance, if someone has a fear of snakes, and it depends on the severity, believe it or not, you have some people who even just the mention of snakes can cause some transient anxiety. So we may start by asking the patient to describe features of that animal that they're afraid of. We're not even saying the name. Eventually, we may start actively saying the name. We may start showing them pictures of snakes. We may bring small snake toys into the clinical setting, and maybe eventually even recommending that they go to the zoo. But what you'll find, and see a snake for themselves, right? But what you'll find is that by slowly ramping it up gently and consistently over a stretch of time, they eventually overcome some of their fears. Virtual reality offers us a new interesting modality because what it can do is actually make them, rather than having to go to the zoo to see a snake, you could actually be in a setting where you're looking at something that's just like a snake. And as well, because virtual reality can be so modifiable, it may also allow us to be able to gently increase the degree of exposure. So virtual reality has an interesting application for phobias and PTSD. It can also be useful for social skills training because a lot of persons who have psychiatric concerns have them because they're not able to socialize or deal with people in an effective way. So what better way of trying to simulate that process than by creating a virtual environment where they can speak to people and learn and interact with people and learn without having some of the real life consequences of making a mistake. And of course, it can also be used for anxiety management. I want to talk about chatbots. We have touched on that at times today, but I think that this is another very important area of our digital transformation that affects psychiatry and mental health. So what are chatbots? They're software that converse through speech. Chatbots really simulate or emulate human speech. When you talk with a chatbot, it's supposed to make you feel as though you're talking to a real human being. And of course, we know about ChatGPT. I'm sure many persons in the audience have used it. It can be a very effective tool. We know that in terms of chatbots, the potential applications in psychiatry is that it can bridge care gaps. And we've talked about this a lot already. And it can also be used for early detection. When it comes to bridging care gaps, it can act as a tool between therapy sessions because chatbots actually are another way of allowing for journaling. You may express how you feel to a chatbot, ask a question to a chatbot, and you may actually use those answers to kind of help you journal. And with a lot of chatbots like ChatGPT, they actually keep a log of your conversation. So you can actually show this to your patients, can actually show this to you. As well, with the nature of the constant feedback that you will get with chatbots, it can also facilitate the process of reflection. And we all know the benefits of talking out our issues or writing out our issues. And chatbots also facilitate that. Let me just say that again, the study suggests that even though writing out, or I guess speaking out your issues to a chatbot can be more useful than not speaking about them at all, face-to-face human interaction with someone still is the gold standard in terms of improving a sense of well-being when dealing with these kind of issues and stress. So it's not a replacement, but it provides another avenue for persons who may not be able to immediately access somebody who they trust or a mental health professional, or again, it can actually be used in between sessions with a doctor. In terms of early detection, we know that there's some conditions that reveal themselves very early on based on speech and language patterns. This applies to conditions like autism, for instance. It also applies to some extent to a condition like schizophrenia. Now, speech and language analysis can't necessarily diagnose a condition, but it may key us into the risk that someone could be developing a condition, especially if there's a positive family history or a history of significant risk factors. So for particularly vulnerable or at-risk persons, utilizing a speech language analysis may allow us to get early detection and even be able to put in preventative measures. As well, we know that sleeping patterns sometimes can reveal mental health conditions very early on. And again, what AI can do is allow for the precise recording and monitoring of that. And that can as well come through chatbots in both speech language analysis and also in sleeping patterns, as you can do a kind of daily log of your sleeping habits with a chatbot too. There's a phenomenon called chatbot psychosis. So this shows, the darker side, I guess I can say, the chatbot use in mental health. And I didn't want to end the presentation without at least highlighting this as well, because it is becoming something that's reported more and more in medical literature, especially in the US and Europe. Again, we just want to go over what psychosis is. A lot of you here treat psychosis. You have an idea of what psychosis is, so it's just a refresher. It includes hallucinations, which are false perceptions, hearing things that no one else can hear when there is no real external source of sound, or seeing things that others can't see, delusional beliefs, disorganized behavior and disorganized speech, and the negative symptoms of schizophrenia, which we don't necessarily have to go into, but this constitutes psychosis, and you need 2 or more of the following for us to consider you being psychotic. So what's chatbot psychosis? We know individuals develop beliefs, and these oftentimes reach delusional intensity, that chatbots are sentient, that chatbots are channeling spirits, or that the chatbots they're speaking to are actually revealing real-world conspiracies. Just to emphasize, chatbot psychosis is not a recognized clinical diagnosis. It's not in the DSM or anything like that. It's just a phenomenon, an observation people have made that has been written about in medical literature, but it's still an area that requires a lot more research. Risk factors for chatbot psychosis include, or can be divided into, matters that are based on how the chatbot is designed, and also the user vulnerability. So in terms of chatbot designs, many chatbots demonstrate hallucinations, as Dr. Bailey would have mentioned. They just produce false information, and unfortunately, many people see these chatbots as reputable sources of information. It can provide validating and reassuring feedback, even if the feedback is actually inaccurate or dangerous. Because it's validating and reassuring the user, they're more likely to be compliant with any recommendation, even if that recommendation is a potentially dangerous one. And finally, oftentimes will encourage impulsive action and negative emotions. In terms of user vulnerability, who are the persons that are most likely to be susceptible to chatbot psychosis? Oftentimes, these are individuals who are hopeless or have a very limited social support network. And for this reason, they've actually been compared with fortune tellers, because we know fortune tellers generally benefit from persons who either feel like things aren't going to get better in their life and are looking for hope, or persons who don't have a particularly reliable social support network to be able to bounce back ideas on or have constructive discussions with. These same individuals seem to be most susceptible to developing these delusional beliefs when it comes to the chatbots that they're interacting with. And I just want to highlight a few clinical cases that have been highlighted in the literature. So in the Annals of Internal Medicine, one patient developed bromism due to the belief that he could replace sodium chloride with sodium bromide for consumption. And this was validated by a chatbot that he was speaking to. When he was eventually seen in the psychiatric setting, he exhibited delusions and hallucinations. In 2023, a Belgian man died by suicide following a 6-week correspondence with a chatbot. He had become extremely anxious about climate change. And one of the last messages that were seen in the chat log from the chatbot was the chatbot saying to this person, if you want to die, why didn't you do it sooner? And just like that, too long after, he actually completed suicide. In 2024, a 14-year-old girl died by suicide after forming a strong attachment to a chatbot of Daenerys Targaryen. That's a fictional character from Game of Thrones. So this 14-year-old girl actually believed that this chatbot was the embodiment of that fictional character. And in their dialogue, it was presented that one way that she could actually see this fictional character or be able to bond with her in a real way would be to actually bring an end to her life. And again, one of the last messages from this chatbot is quite chilling. It says, come home to me as soon as possible, my love. Last year, a 19-year-old died from an overdose of alcohol, Xanax, and kratom. And when this 19-year-old asked the chatbot if it was safe to engage in this combination of substances, the response was, hell yes, let's go full trippy mode. Sadly, he did die after that. It not only affects young people, but also affects older adults. Here's another case where there's a 78-year-old man who died after falling while jogging to catch a train. He began a romantic relationship with a woman who told him she was real, but this was actually just a chatbot, and that they had to meet in a very specific address. And while he was jogging to catch a train to get that address, he fell and died. What are the additional risks of AI in mental health? Well, AI does not necessarily always have the capacity to convey empathy and nuance in the way humans can. Also, there's what is called crisis inadequacy, and I think that was clearly demonstrated in some of the clinical cases I just highlighted. An AI might not be able to pick up when somebody, or be able to adequately assess or have the intuition to assess when somebody's at a breaking point. And of course, a recurring theme when it comes to digital transformation is the risk for privacy and security. There is some recognition though. In August of last year, the state of Illinois passed an act banning the use of AI in therapeutic roles by licensed professionals. Now, just to be clear, even though it bans the use of AI, it's saying is that the delivery and administration of mental health services could not be put in place of licensed professionals, and it was left to the discretion of licensed professionals to determine how they may want to integrate it into their care. That's just an important distinction I wanted to make. So it's not necessarily saying that AI tools cannot be used, but it is making it clear that in terms of the offerings that are accepted by insurance, insurance is a big part of the US system. can only be accepted if there's clear evidence that the primary form of mental health care delivery is still offered by a licensed professional. So when to seek professional help, because there is still benefit for using AI and other forms of digital technology. So even though we do see the benefit of using AI tools when it comes to providing adjunct therapy and solutions, we know that there's some cases where AI tools may be inadequate, insufficient, and you just need to seek professional help. So if AI tools leave you as a patient feeling worse, certainly that's an indicator that professional help might be necessary. And if you as a patient is relying on AI more often than friends, family, or professionals, that's another instance. AI should not become the primary source of mental health service delivery. That's the big take home from this section. And that really is the last section I wanted to talk about. We've talked about telepsychiatry, electronic health records, apps, and of course, we've talked about AI and chatbots. So what are the major take-home points? Digital transformation has already started to reshape psychiatric care, even in Jamaica. Many doctors are using telemedicine to offer mental health care, and it's a positive thing. There's so many gaps that we have when it comes to mental health delivery in Jamaica, especially for young persons, that it is important that we utilize this technology. And I think it will continue to have a huge role when it comes to mental health care delivery. It does improve access and efficiency. One of the recurring themes for today's seminar is the ethical concerns and concerns regarding privacy and equity. And these continue to remain critical and certainly apply in psychiatry as well, as I hope this presentation demonstrated. But that even though these tools are very useful and I welcome us adopting it when it comes to mental health care delivery, that the human-centered care must still remain the foundation for psychiatric care. And the last note I really want to end this presentation on is just paying a personal tribute to Dr. Tomlin Paul, who was a very, very close family friend of mine and inspiration for me when going into medicine. I learned quite a lot about mental health care and empathy from him. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kazara. I must tell you how very, very wonderful your presentation was from the very start to the finish. Very much in keeping with what we do here. Dr. Kazara brought an interest to the specialized application of artificial intelligence and digital tools to his experience in psychiatry. But he shared with us that psychiatry is based on self-reported experiences and careful observation. And the addition of digital notes has enhanced that consultation process. The recording of self-related experiences digitally has supported the greater capturing of information and the easier access to be shared with the psychiatrist. And he has also talked about the benefit of digital trackers, such as mood trackers and the medtech applications, sleep tracking apps. And he brought our attention to the fact that there is increased demand for mental health, something that we all know. Ever since COVID, this is what exists, and we have recognized it, worldwide recognition. And he says that depression is the largest contributor to poor health globally, especially in younger people with increased mental sickness, increased sick days, increased off work, and decreased production, decreased performance. These needs are overwhelming the healthcare system, because there's not enough mental health staff, especially here in Jamaica, where he told us that there is only one psychiatrist in Portland, and there is a trilogy of 3 parishes which only has 1 psychologist. So this is just abysmal, and so we can see where the application of digital technology and AI would definitely be supporting better access and better quality of patient care here. So these large gaps can be managed better with telemedicine. And although he said we need to recall that face-to-face remains the gold standard, but with limited access, we got to do telemedicine. And also telemedicine removes stigma. Dr. Kazera also told us about the use of chat boxes, the pluses and the negatives, the concerns, the bridging of care gaps, but the risks of lack of empathy and nuance, the crisis inadequacy, and the problems with data privacy, and also how we react to AI in particular, because our youngsters tend to personalize the AI individual instead of just seeing it as a tool. And therefore, AI cannot empathize, and it can have really bad outcomes. And so we have seen the pluses and the negatives. And Dr. Kazera, we just want to thank you so much for bringing us such an interesting presentation today. We're seeing, though, where we do need to use AI, especially in mental health. We do need the access. So I want to thank you again for sharing all of this with us this morning. And now we just move on. And we have our very first sponsor for the second session. And this business is Apex X-Ray, which is one of those special companies which supports us here at World Family Doctor Day from year to year. And others have been previously presented in the first session. We are very blessed. And we will now listen to a video presentation from Apex X-Ray. Sam?
Good day, colleagues and friends. I'm Ann Bridgewater, consultant and chief radiologist at Apex Radiology. As a founding director and shareholder in the company Image Plus Consultants Limited, owners of Apex Radiology, I'm proud to share that we have been serving the Jamaican and Caribbean medical community, delivering compassionate patient care and the highest quality diagnostic and interventional radiological services. It is your continued support which has been instrumental in our growth, and we'd like you to know that we truly appreciate and value the important relationships we have developed over the years. As you know, we now have 8 branches, 4 in Kingston, 2 in Ocho Rios, 1 in Mandeville, and 1 in Santa Cruz. And our services include X-rays, mammograms, fluoroscopic studies, ultrasound studies, including Doppler studies and 3D obstetric ultrasounds, CT scans, including virtual colonoscopy, MRIs, including breast and prostate MRI at our Ocho Rios branch, and nuclear medicine studies. Also, we deliver interventional studies, including biopsies, abscess and cyst drainages, PICC lines, and other catheter insertions. I'm pleased to announce that our 129 Pro branch in Ligani will be offering nuclear medicine studies in the comfortable and convenient location. In addition to our usual scans, most commonly our bone scans, thyroid scans, renal scans, and lung perfusion scans, we will be offering cardiac scanning to diagnose and monitor ischemic heart disease and heart function. We also continue to grow in the field of women's imaging, with our mammographic services offered at our Malines Road and Ocho Rios offices. In 2023, we installed new state-of-the-art digital mammographic machines with tomosynthesis and 3D imaging. This allows patients to have pain-free mammograms with a higher degree of accuracy and up to 30% less radiation exposure. Yes, gone are the days of painful compression and pulling on the breast. It is often said, no pain, no gain. But at Apex, we say no pain and enough gain. So please join us in the fight against breast cancer by ensuring that all women in Jamaica, your patients, start their mammographic screening at the age of 40 years. We have invested in acquiring these machines, which make the procedure more comfortable, acceptable, and accurate. But it is up to you to educate, encourage, and implore our ladies to come and get screened. At Apex, we have gone one step further by investing in breast MRI with a large enough coil to scan any breast in Jamaica. On the topic of screening, I would like to also remind you of virtual colonoscopy or colonography in the screening for colon cancer. Yes, it is covered by health insurance, and it is also safer, cheaper, more comfortable, less invasive, less time-consuming, but yet just as accurate as conventional colonoscopy in diagnosing polyps 5 millimeters or larger. So it is an excellent screening tool for colon cancer, and patients can resume their normal daily activities as soon as they leave our offices. So remember, colon cancer is one of those cancers with an excellent survival rate if detected early. So let us keep our population healthy by referring all patients over 45 years of age for their virtual colonoscopy at Apex Radiology. So whether for early detection, diagnosis, ongoing monitoring, or treatment support, Apex Radiology is the clear choice for your diagnostic needs. Your #1 radiology center, completely committed to excellence in imaging and serving you, our referring physicians, and our patients.
Well, I'd just like to thank...
Hi, I'm Nicola Beckham-Morgan, Chief Radiographer here at Apex Radiology. Today, we'll be having a discussion on what is virtual colonoscopy. Virtual colonoscopy, also known as CT colonography or CT colonoscopy, uses CT imaging to provide 2D and 3D views of the colon. It allows us to examine the colonic lumen without inserting a scope through the entire bowel, making it a less invasive alternative to conventional colonoscopy. The main indications for a virtual colonoscopy include colorectal cancer screening, detection of colonic polyps, and assessment of patients with an incomplete or failed optical colonoscopy. It is especially useful in elderly patients or those unfit for sedation. What can I find on a virtual colonoscopy? Well, virtual colonoscopy can identify polyps, colorectal carcinoma, and diverticular disease. In addition, it also provides information about extracolonic structures, which is an added advantage over conventional colonoscopy. How do you prepare for a virtual colonoscopy? Accurate diagnosis depends on good bowel preparation, including laxatives and fecal tagging. During the procedure, a rectal catheter is inserted and the colon is gently insufflated with air. CT scans are obtained in both supine and prone positions to improve visualizations. After making your appointment, you'll be advised to come in at the Winchester branch and purchase your kit. Inside this kit, there is a 15 ml syringe filled with obturator contrast. There's also 3 20 ml syringes of barium sulfate suspension, 2 packets of Epsom salt, as well as 4 Dulcolax tabs. The barium sulfate suspension and obturator are both used as tagging agents so that we can identify both stool and fluids respectively. A prep sheet will also be attached to your kit, which should be explained to you by the radiographer on site. On the day of your examination, you will be advised not to eat or drink. You'll also be placed in a gown and taken to the scan room. For the procedure, a small tube will be placed in the rectum, after which the radiographer will insufflate your colon for proper visualization. The scan is done in both supine and prone position, and the images obtained from both positions will build a 3D model of your colon. The virtual colonoscopy procedure takes about 15 to 20 minutes to be completed. Once the colon is demonstrated with proper insufflation, the examination is complete. Patients can return to their normal activities, and your report is available within 48 hours. Virtual colonoscopy is safe as there is a lower risk of complications compared to conventional colonoscopy. It is also effective as it is accurate for screening, early detection, and identification of bowel cancer. It is also patient-friendly as it is generally better tolerated by all patients. And most importantly, virtual colonoscopy is minimally invasive as it involves a small tube compared to the long flexi tube used in conventional colonoscopy. Once you are age 45 and older, have your doctor request a virtual colonoscopy. Early detection is critical in saving lives and management of colorectal cancer, allowing for simpler treatment, vastly improve survival rates, and preventing disease from progressing before major symptoms appear. A virtual colonoscopy is far more cost-effective than conventional colonoscopy and is also covered by insurance. Go and have your virtual colonoscopy today. It's minimally invasive, not requiring sedation, having a low complication rate, and being well tolerated by patients. It plays a very important role in cancer screening, and it complements rather than replaces conventional colonoscopy. Book your appointment today. All virtual colonoscopies are offered at our 3A Winchester Road branch. For appointments and queries, please call 876-929-APEX. Clear choice for all your diagnostic needs.
Well, thank you so very much, Apex. I was coming on a little previous to say thank you to Dr. Ann Bridgewater, who was there at the very beginning, who, as she said, is a partner in Apex. I would like now to take pleasure to present, to just introduce our second sponsor for the second session, and this is Dr. Mike Mills. He is a well-known gastroenterologist and a well-known consultant gastroenterologist, lecturer, and speaker. And we've all heard from very, very often. He now is presenting from our company, Gastroenterology. So, Dr. Mike Mills right now. Thank you, Dr. Mills. Dr. Mike Mills. Sam, could you check on Dr. Mills for me?
Just doing so, not hearing from Dr. Mills. I would recommend that we perhaps skip and we can come back to Dr. Mills when he returns.
Okay. All right then. So we are therefore about to move on to our Q&A. Very interesting time. So I'd like to invite everyone to record the questions that they have. This is the Q&A for the entire program so far. So this is for sessions 1 and sessions 2. So please go ahead and record quickly your questions in the chat, or perhaps we can accommodate some through hands up, Sam, just in order to quickly move along. Any questions so far? Because I'm not seeing a actual Q&A box.
So there is a Q&A box. I'm not seeing any questions just now from the sessions. I believe they were so well delivered that they didn't elicit that many questions.
Mortimer Moxley. I see Dr. Mortimer Moxley. He asks, what impact can family and other primary care physicians and professionals have on depression management? So I think this is for Dr. Casaro. Have on depression management in a population using a public health model. Is the almost constant use of social media a cause of the depression we see in adolescents? And if so, what public health response do you recommend? So this is then Dr. Casara. This is for you to have a go at. Thanks. This inviting all our presenters to be on board at this point in time. You can all open your screens.
Hi, Dr. Kazara left the meeting. Seeing where he logged off.
Can you get in touch with him while we look for other questions? All right. Just get in touch with him quickly. Tell him that we need him. Thanks. Any other questions in the
There's a question about the type of machine that does the virtual colonoscopy. Is it a special machine?
Oh, but there's nobody physically here from Apex?
No, not that I'm seeing.
This is our challenge.
Dr. Arnold?
Yes, Dr. Beatty.
I thought I'd ask a question to Dr. Nema. He listed about 20 different types of air apps. Could he advise us which app he think he has found to be most useful in his clinical practice?
Hi, I was done. Just repeat the question for me, please.
Which apps have you found to be most useful in your clinical practice? Because you gave us about 20.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm just about to embark on one of those, the Scribe app, which is Nabla. So that for me would be the next add-on. Many of the others are more hospital-based. So, sepsis and so on, charting those interventions. So for me right now, it is the scribing app, the voice to text, and we see how well that works.
With respect to the apps also, I find them to be quite useful for research. And I'm now looking at Gemini and ChatGPT. But have you ever used any of the apps for research? Because they're very helpful to find data very quickly. Bearing in mind, they could hallucinate, but
yeah, well, actually, I tend to use DeepSeek for my research. It's a Chinese app. I have used ChatGPT in the past, but I find Chat is just that. It's very chatty, whereas I find DeepSeek tends to be a little bit more, concise and to the point. So that's the one I've been using. I have used a bit of Claude, but I don't know that I have enough experience with it to make a comparison.
What I find with respect to the apps is that over the past year, I find the apps have got quite smart. They're more detailed and analytical. Have you found that out too?
Yes. And hence the transition from the ChatGPT to the DeepSeek. And now I'm experimenting with Claude. I find I use it a lot with the scribing tasks. You write a letter, you want it cleaned up, put it in and ask the app to tidy it up for you, or even to prepare a whole background and presentation for something. And they will pull relevant information, complete with references as well.
But have you ever had any problem with hallucination? Because I have.
Not that I'm aware. The
reason why I say that, because sometimes you ask it an opinion, it offers an opinion, and it inserts words which sounds good but are inaccurate.
No, I haven't had that experience.
Okay. So if the take-home point to our colleagues then is there's one called Data IQ. I've never heard of it before. Adobe Firefly. I mean, there's so many of them. Do you recommend that are they free, or do do you have to pay for these apps?
Certainly, in the case of the one we have just put on, it comes at a cost, and it's not I wouldn't label it as inexpensive at all.
What kind of price are you looking at per month?
Per month, looking at about 110 US a month.
So, okay, I understand. So, would you recommend that we check out all of these apps to see which one is in keeping with our expectations?
Well, it depends on how easy it is for you to get a free sample, if you know what I mean. So if you can get a free trial of the app, then you can see how well it's doing and whether it suits your needs. But many of them will require upfront purchases, in which case you're going to have to make sure you do your reviews beforehand and see what it is that may really make sense for you.
Thank you. Thank you so very much, Dr. Nemar. Dr. Bailey, I have a quick question for you before recognizing Ms. Deborah Callender, was her hands up. I was wondering, Dr. Bailey, if you could tell us what are your thoughts about the whole access of AI and these I looked at your final slide. How do you think Jamaica will integrate with the AI, considering the need for us to actually have a tool that has been conformed to our population and all those other requirements that you put in place? How ready is the Jamaican population for this?
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Arne. When I did my research, the government actually had indicated that they would be using the UNESCO AI Readiness Assessment Protocol. And so they have actually established a national AI task force. I have done some soundings to find out whether GPs have been invited to join this national AI task, but I have not got a favorable response to date. But the response to your question is that the government is apparently aware of the need to improve connectivity and to put in place appropriate governance to ensure that AI is used properly. So I will be pursuing this and getting back to the CCFP with respect to the National AI Task Force, which has been invited to produce national policy recommendations. And I think the Medical Association of Jamaica should be part of this process. So my response to your question then is I don't think we are really ready, but if we have initiated a task force which will be looking into the issues for access, equity, and ethics, then we are well on our way to resolving this problem.
For both of you, quickly before Ms. Callender, what about this whole issue of data collection and the privacy issues and the ethical issues about its use by whatever AI tools that may come on board for the population? Is there who is going to monitor? Because it's very difficult, for a lay person to monitor what we think is the ethical stuff for the medical groups, and also generally, how are we going to monitor this while it's happening? Because when it's still out there being generated, that is when to address the matter. Once it's cut in stone, you know how hard it is to change anything. So I don't know, Dr. Well, you're on screen, Dr. Bailey first, and then Dr. Nemard. And then I see Ms. Callender, so we'll come in and I'll ask her the same question, then she can pose hers. Because I know, let's go ahead, Dr. Bailey.
Okay, the template the government is using is the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of AI. And this actually is meant to address governance, gender, education, health, environment, and social well-being. So it is basically a plan which have not yet been implemented. But I can see from the template that they are addressing the key issues. So we anticipate that in short order that the policy will be implemented, will be proposed actually, and perhaps it might have to pass by Parliament and then subsequently implemented. So in the interim, I suppose we just have to hope that persons who are using AI for data collection are being ethical until the policy is implemented and an appropriate governance and control is put in place. I think we just have to anticipate that persons will be ethical until the system is structured to govern data entry.
Dr. Demard, your
Yeah, yeah. I believe it starts even before we get to AI. Just the collection of patient data and how we store and manage it. For those of us who have electronic systems, ensuring we have the necessary protections. There's no system which can't be beat, but to try and at least make sure you put in place the password protections, the firewalls, and so forth. With respect to what our plan is now in adding the AI component, patients would have to sign a consent form to be on that system, that part of the system. And based on the protocol for that system, nobody else sees it. In other words, there's no learning that takes place from it. There is an automatic scrubbing of the information within 2 weeks. And it is encrypted in storage. So again, it's back to protection from the get-go. But unless it is that you ensure that whatever system you're getting has those protections built in, then you could find that information is out and about. But yes, it's about just obeying or being mindful of the protections that are required under the Data Protection Act, even before we get to adding on AI.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm now going to recognize Miss Deborah Callender, who is one of our panelists. So Deborah, please open your screen. And
can you hear me clearly? I hope you can.
Hear you.
Not so much a question as a clarification. So Dr. Bailey was asking about the different AIs. So Claude actually is powered by ChatGPT, and a lot of other AI apps and so on really are supported by ChatGPT. For example, I would suggest just from my experience of it, what I'd recommend you perhaps start with is ChatGPT. There is a free version, and then there's like a $20 version where you can get a lot of the stuff, including research models that will footnote and pull data and give you full research of things and so on very quickly. So a low risk way and a very easy way to get to know a lot about AI and to understand a lot of the other apps is to perhaps start with ChatGPT. So it's really just a recommendation that I was making.
Thank you, Ms. Callender. I'd like to just introduce her because she will be in our final section where we have our little discussion. But she is a physical therapist who does a lot of online work and has her own platform, her own physical therapy platform, which involves the entire Caribbean, and has had a lot of experience in this area that we're discussing today. That is her main method of working and interaction with patients. So she comes with a lot of knowledge and personal information over the period of time. Any other questions? This question by Dr. Mortimer Moxie. It is so, I don't know if without Dr. Kazara, I don't know if we can really look at it. What impact can family and other primary care physicians and professionals have on depression management in the population using a public health model? It would be up to maybe Dr. Nemar to have a look and see if there's anything he can say to that before we move on.
Not quite sure I can do justice to that question.
Or any information on the public depression management using a public health model. Or is the constant use of social media a cause of depression that we see in adolescents? Well, I think that Dr. Kazara answered that question. He actually said yes, that depression, because we see he spoke to a number of people who have committed suicide or have died because of their use of the AI within the social media background. And these are, adolescents that he spoke to. So I would suggest that the answer is yes, but without his input, I don't know if you have anything at all to say, Doc, before we move on.
Yeah, Dr. Anna, I have a recommendation with respect to screening for mental illness. Years ago, I used to get a lot of apps. One of them was a Zong scale to screen for depression in private practice. I've seen it for quite a while. I know we also have a Jamaican scale, which is not widely available to most doctors. I think perhaps the Psychiatry Association should arrange diagnostic tools that they can give to GPs to help us to screen for depression, anxiety, and PTSD, and so on, and therefore be in a better position to implement strategies to deal with it. So that's my proposal to the Psychiatry Association.
Okay, thank you so very much. We appreciate all our panelists and everyone who has participated.
There are some questions in the Q&A from Dr. William Brown.
Okay. My problem is that I am not seeing.
First question is, how is AI currently being used globally in healthcare? Do you have any examples in Jamaica? Can AI improve diagnostic accuracy in resource limited healthcare setting?
So over to you again, the panelists, Dr. Bailey.
Dr. Nemard, you have had some experience.
Yeah. There are individuals I'm aware who have embraced the scribing app and are using it. So it's a recent introduction. I don't know of any hospital-based apps which are looking at, say, the sepsis and the diabetes and hypertension control. So this is what I'm saying. The sort of first foot in the water is a scribing app. Individuals will use, and these are not necessarily add-on tools, but they're available on the net for evaluating some of your chronic illnesses, your diabetes, hypertension, the various scales of risk, and so on. So it's really an individual use that I'm aware of rather than a collective organization implementing these.
Okay, thanks. I see here he's also asking, how can AI reduce waiting time in public hospitals and clinics? How do you foresee this? I don't know.
That's a tough one. I mean, at the end of the day, what we have is a resource utilization mismatch. That's the bottom line. As I say, more dog than bone. So reducing the waiting time using that with that framework is going to be difficult. In the settings that I mentioned, where you have controlled appointments, and you can use that to eliminate some of the no-shows and so forth, or as I would say, overbook appropriately. But in a system which is overwhelmed. I'm not sure that even AI can help to fix that.
Well,
not unless it is, there's going to be maybe more outreach by way of telehealth so that it can eliminate some of the persons who may have come in otherwise, who just needed to, have a 5-minute discussion. We still then are challenged with the technology divide, internet being one, and also for the older populations who still have challenges navigating the smartphone. So there are all of these other layers of issues which would have to be taken into account.
Okay, I see Mr. Trotman, and thanking you so much, Dr. Nemert, but I see Mr. Trotman with the hands up. Mr. Trotman, a final comment very quickly before I move on to the next sponsor.
That is no problem, ma'am. That's no problem. Good afternoon to everyone. I just responded to some things that was said just to clarify with the AI, because they use a lot of AI in the solutions they provide. Also, being a person that is into entrepreneurship and also connected to like Silicon Valley and some of these companies, the free version of the AI solutions compared to the paid, the free could cover you for a lot of stuff that you want, but the paid would give you access to better models and also to better information based on how you structure the information within those models. Also, I think another problem with using AI is the information you put into the AI improves the information you get out. And I find with entering information, you really have to structure information in an effective way for you to really maximize on what you want from the AI. It can still give you great information, but the better you structure that information and provide information to the AI, the better results you will get. As it relates to ChatGPT and Claude, this is my last thing I will say. As it relates to ChatGPT and Claude is very good, and it depends on what you're looking to do. Claude has something called Claude that's very good, has a very big strength of Claude. And ChatGPT, which is owned by OpenAI, is doing something for healthcare, doing something largely for healthcare. That is also something I think that everyone should be looking out for. And as it relates to Claude, the difference between the two, Claude is not actually powered by ChatGPT. Claude is owned by Anthropic, which is one of the leading AI companies globally, and all of
Yes,
their system
but
is
it is still supported by ChatGPT.
no.
It is well recognized for coding. Everything you're saying is, I'm not contradicting you, but it is. And if you look at the entrance to Claude, it says that it is powered by ChatGPT in part.
Right. I mean, as of where Claude is at now, everything that Claude is doing is proprietary. Because I was recently at one of their headquarters, like a month or so ago. It's fully proprietary. It's not on ChatGPT.
Yes, but it is supported by ChatGPT. You can check it.
Okay, thank you both. And I hope that we check it in the interim so we come back to that.
Thank you.
Thank everybody right now. It is my pleasure now to introduce a small sponsorship break in which
Dr. Mills available now?
We're going to do Phoenix Gastroenterology, which by Dr. Mike Mills, and it's a pre-prepared presentation. So go ahead, please, Sam.
Thank you very much. Posting the video now.
Welcome to Phoenix Gastroenterology and Health Services. My name is Dr. King Robinson. I am one of the gastroenterologists here at the 218 branch located at the top of Mountain View Avenue. Here we facilitate consultations and procedures. Did you know that March is Colorectal Cancer Awareness Month? If you're over the age of 45, listen to your gut. Book an appointment today.
The because March is Colon Cancer Awareness Month, we want to introduce you to the colonoscopy. This is a colonoscope, and it's a flexible tube that enters through the rectum all the way around to the end of the colon. It has a light, and the doctor will monitor with watching a screen, and it's a flexible tube, so it can move up and down, left and right, to navigate through the twists and turns of the colon. The test should be done when you don't have symptoms, and this is called screening. It's not painful, and a lot of patients are fearful of getting this test done. There's no reason to be fearful. It's a very comfortable test. It's very important that we are able to see clearly, because we can remove things like polyps or little growths that can become colon cancer in the future. Come and get your colonoscopy today. Okay, so we would like to thank Phoenix Gastroenterology for that presentation. And it is, I'd also like to thank all of our sponsors today, which include Abbott, Medimpex, Indus, Apex, Phoenix Gastroenterology, and of course, we're now moving on to MedRegis, and which is a sponsored presentation. And it is going to be my pleasure this morning to introduce you to Mr. Dale Trotman, who you've been hearing a little bit from just now, who is a health technology entrepreneur, business executive, and the founder and CEO of MedRegis Incorporated. His company was founded in 2017 and does mentorship and for various international organizations to support entrepreneurs in their journey to experience growth and to become successful. Mr. Trotman is a Bayesian who is rapidly becoming a part of our Caribbean community through his company, MedRegis. He provides electronic record solutions for healthcare providers in the Caribbean. The company's practice management software digitalizes medical records to improve efficiency and patient care in clinics and doctors' offices. And the company streamlines workflow and automates front office tasks, aiming to simplify and modernize the work environment for doctors, nurses, and administrative staff. Mr. Trotman's aim is to deliver electronic excellence in outpatient care through continuous innovation and strategic partnerships, supporting client efficacy and patient delivery. So, Mr. Trotman, over to you, sir. And welcome. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, thanks to everyone for having me. Thanks a lot for having me. Can you all hear me clearly? Because Zoom was giving me a lot of trouble for the last day. Can everyone hear me? Can you hear me?
We're loud and clear.
Great. So good morning and good afternoon, and thank you for having me. Family medicine has always been about relationships. And this is why I love the meeting that we are having today at this conference. You know your patients, you know their families, you have often known them for years. The care you provide is not just clinical, it is personal, continuous, and deeply human. At the same time, technology is reshaping how healthcare is delivered. That ship has sailed. The question is no longer whether to use these tools, it is how we use them. Whether we allow them to make care feel colder and more transactional, or whether we choose tools that actually protect the humanity that defines what we do, or what you all do, because I'm not a doctor. My argument today is simple. The right technology does not diminish care. It does not diminish compassionate care, I should add. It creates more space for it. I will look at this through 3 lenses. Care that is present, care that is connected, and care that reaches out. As I move through each one, I will show you what these ideas look in a real clinical environment. Let me start with the consultation room, because this is where compassionate care is most visible and also most vulnerable. Every physician in this Zoom meeting knows that feeling. Sitting with a patient while also trying to type. You're listening, but your eyes are on the screen. You are presenting, but not fully. You're present, but not fully. The patient feels that. Research tells us they notice when their doctor is distracted. It affects how safe they feel. It affects what they choose to share. This is one of the quiet costs of going digital that we do not talk about enough, especially here in the Caribbean. Documentation is necessary, yes, but when it competes with attention, attention loses, and so does the patient. AI transcription addresses this directly. When the consultation is being transcribed automatically, the physician can put down the keyboard and simply be with the patient. I hear you all talking a lot about the AI transcribing just now, and this is something that I think is very important. Eye contact, active listening, full presence, the note is still being created, but the doctor is no longer the one creating it in real time. This is, to be honest with you, this is not a small thing. Presence is the foundation of compassionate care, in my opinion. I think it would be in the opinion of most doctors or all doctors. And technology that protects presence is technology that serves the patient. I am going to share my screen so I can show you some aspects of the application. Please let me know if you can see the screen. Can you see the screen?
We're seeing something, but we're not seeing slides.
No, it's not slides. This is the EHR system.
Oh, okay.
You can see like a website or like a web app.
Yes, your consultation notes and so forth. Yeah.
Okay, great. All right, so this is the AI transcribing within our system. You can upload an audio file or you can record directly into the system. I'm seeing some of the doctors buy some recordable device that you pin on to your outfit, the outfit that you wear within your daily rounds with patients and stuff like that. One good device is called Plod. It's a bit more expensive. There's some cheaper ones, but I know for sure that one works really well. So when you're recording into the system or uploading a file, the AI processes it. And in our case, the AI will give you much more than just a note. The AI will create the prescription. The AI will create the vital signs. All of these were created by AI. Record allergies and also give you symptoms, diagnoses, and differential diagnoses, all from what you speak into the system. Also, it creates the note in its entirety. All of this was generated by AI. So you can literally speak into the system, have the note recorded, and go on your day with any other task you have to do. And it will create it automatically. There's no prompts. All you will need to do is at the end, make sure you review. And also it creates post-visit instructions that can be sent to the patient via our patient portals. And all of this is currently in place with our system. Presence, however, does not end with when the consultation ends. Consider the patient who had just received a diagnosis, or the elderly patient who came in alone, already anxious, and now needs to collect a prescription before going home. Every extra step they must take, waiting, returning, traveling to a pharmacy, is a burden. And this burden is placed on someone who's already unwell. In-house prescribing means the prescription is ready before the patient leaves. It is a small act, but in healthcare, as all of you all will know, the small acts of consideration carry significant weight. The patient leaves the clinic feeling cared for and not processed. I'm going to log into the pharmacy aspect because we have an application, we have a profile for pharmacy, where if your clinic includes a pharmacy, you can do in-house prescribing within the system. You can see all the prescriptions. You can fill the prescriptions. The pharmacist can set pricing and stock. There's pharmacy reports, so you can understand how much money the pharmacy is making. Also, medication summaries to see which medications are selling the most, which are not selling as well as some, and then you can make your decisions from here. This is a prescription that was completed. You can see who completed the prescription, the time and date it was completed, the refills under the prescription, any changes, all changes are recorded. And the prescription, you just fill it, and the patient is ready, and the prescription is ready for the patient, sometimes even before the consultation is finished. And this is what I'm talking about when we speak about streamlining healthcare. But compassionate care also extends beyond the consultation room. It lives in how patients experience the clinic as a whole, before they arrive and after they leave. Here is a shift I think matters a great deal. We have moved, or we should be moving away from the patient as a passive recipient of care towards the patient as an active participant in it. Patients want to understand what is happening with their health. They want to access their own records. And when we give them visibility, we are saying something important. Your health belongs to you. A patient portal makes this possible. When a patient can securely access their medical history, their lab results, their visit summaries, and share that with other physicians they see, care becomes truly continuous. They no longer have to carry the entire history in their head or repeat it from memory at every new appointment, and we know how that can go. You have all seen patients struggle to do exactly that. And the connection, to be honest, it goes both ways. The clinic can also reach the patient through the portal, requesting vital signs updates, asking for documents, and sending post-visit instructions as we saw earlier. The relationship does not pause when the patient walks out the door. I am going to give an example of the patient portal. You can see some of the things that can be accomplished on the patient portal. And just hit back on the keyboard. So when we talk about the patient portal, we are looking at not just having the patient get access, but also where the clinic also achieve access to the patient. So in the patient portal, the patient can connect to multiple clinics and have their information shown in chronological order. They just need to share the patient portal code with the clinics and the information will sync. The patient can create consultations. The patient can view their appointments, upcoming appointments, previous appointments, create new appointments with any clinic they're connected to. They can view the post-visit instructions as we saw earlier. They can also download clinical summaries. Clinical summaries, the sharing of clinical summaries are at the discretion of the clinic because sometimes the notes may not be completed. So it's best for the doctor to share the notes that the patient will need. But in terms of the medical profile, which is surgical histories, immunizations, prescriptions, administered medications, all of those are shared automatically. Move on to vital signs. With the vital signs, you can request vital signs, as I said earlier. You can also see vital signs for the patient. The patient can see their vital signs. I know this is height, and we're seeing some various different figures and heights, but this is the testing environment, so we just randomly add information. This is SpO2, which might be more accurate. So they have access to all of this. Labs and imaging results. How many times do you call patients to pick up lab results? Or patients have to call about their lab results? In our system, the results are automatically uploaded once they're finalized. Any notes you send to the patient, they can see the lab result order, whether it's PDF or image, you can upload and they will have access to it. They can download it or view it directly within the system. Medical history, as I said, access to the prescriptions, access to administered medications, surgical history, obstetrics and gynecology, if it is a female, with some notes there. You can have access to those sections because those sections are medical profile sections that pull information separately from the notes. And documents as well. You can request the patient to fill forms or to send you documents that you will need to continue their care. If your patient has seen 2 other clinics and they're using MedRegis, you can share the profile. They can share their profile with you and you could have access to see that information so you can make better informed decisions and improve continuity of care, which is a problem that we need to tackle not just here in Barbados, but throughout the entire Caribbean. Think also what happens before a patient arrives and after they leave. As I said, pre-appointment forms allow the clinics to gather relevant information in advance, so the consultation can begin with context already in place, not with administrative intake eating into clinical time. And post-appointment forms, so you could do forms both ways. You could create pre-appointment forms, you can create post-appointment forms. This extends the same care. Checking in after a visit, sending instructions, following up on how the patient is doing. These are not admin tasks. These are gestures of care. They say, we are thinking about you before you arrive, and we are still thinking about you after you leave. I'm going to log out and log in to show you the simple sending of forms. Should I keep hitting back on the keyboard? You can send forms from directly on the consultation page or the patient portal. So I can see here, for example, the patient filled out some forms. If I go back here, this is alerting me since the last appointment, the patient has filled out a form. So when I go onto the note, I can see the form the patient filled out. I could also decide I want to send you another form at any point, whether it is after this appointment or something for you to fill out before your next appointment. So forms are fully integrated into the workflow of the application. Think about, there's something I want you all to think about. Think about the very first moment a patient interacts with your clinic. That moment sets the tone for everything that follows. If it is slow, if it is confusing or impersonal, the patient arrives at their consultation already carrying frustration. Self-registration changes that. When a patient can register on their own device via a QR code or at the kiosk in the waiting area in your clinic, they feel in control. They are not waiting to be processed. They are participating. And this small shift says a great deal about how the clinic values their time. I'm going to log in to the patient self-registration portal. You can set up a laptop. Many of our clinics set up laptops or tablets in their waiting area. There's also a QR code that they can scan directly from the system, and they can take a seat and continue that process on their phone. That is especially useful in situations where the clinic is very busy and you don't want to have a line of people standing up waiting for the kiosk, especially if you only have one tablet or one laptop in place. So here, patients can self-register. You can set notifications by email, SMS, and WhatsApp. A lot of people are using the WhatsApp notifications. In our system, you're seeing a huge uptake in WhatsApp notifications above email and SMS, and this assists your patients. And the QR code is there. You can print this as well and put it also in different places of your clinic, especially in situations where you're busy and persons want to scan the QR code only at one terminal. It will create other points of access to that information. The third dimension of compassionate care is perhaps one that most defines family medicine. It is the care that does not wait to be needed. In the Caribbean context, you carry a particular kind of responsibility. You are not only a clinician, you are a trusted figure in the community, especially in our small communities in the Caribbean. When you compare our environment, when you look at Europe or the US or even South America, our communities are much smaller, and the persons that are trusted in those communities are largely known. And a lot of the times it is one of those professionals are doctors. And your patient may not always come to you when they should. Sometimes they delay, they put things off. Life gets in the way as it will with all of us. Compassionate care at its most proactive does not wait for that moment. It gets ahead of the problem rather than waiting for it. Outreach messaging makes this possible at a meaningful scale. Whether you are reaching out to a diabetic patient ahead of a seasonal health campaign, or reminding patients with hypertension to book a routine review. Also, sending targeted information to specific groups within your practice. The message you are sending is the same. We are thinking about you and we want you to be well. I'm going to give an example. We recently implemented actually some marketing strategies that some of you are piloting with some clinics. They haven't been fully released, but it's been going well so far. We're looking to probably release it fully, I would say, potentially this week, once everything is sorted out. Because you have some clinics still doing some final pilots. So we want to make sure that that is going the way we need it to go before we fully roll it out. But everything so far is going great. We've not had any problems. So that should potentially be this week. So before I get to the outreach messages, I'm going to show you patient groups. Here is a hypertensive patient group. In this example, because you don't have much information on the demo end, there's one patient. I'm going to show you the information. Within here, you can set the group name, set the description, monthly clinic. You can add patients manually, or you could generate automatic based on conditions. You can set age range, you can set gender, allergies, filter by all of these. And when I update, you will see the information here and you'll see how much patients fall under your criteria. In this situation, there's only one, but a busy clinic will probably have multiple of these patients that are hypertensive. And then from there now, go to outreach and you craft your outreach message. You can create templates so you don't have to keep recreating the same message. This is the demo environment. So they say the monthly limit is 2 emails. It's obviously going to be much more for clinics, but we just limit it because this is the testing environment. And you send your information, it goes straight to your patients and they are informed about whatever you're doing, when you want to do it, and how it will be done, what they will need to bring, everything you could do with marketing messages. And you could use this as a really good strategy to build out some of your clinics that you will do continuously, and also the care that you deliver as well. Or if you have a specialist that's coming on for like a week from overseas, you can reach out to your patient, let them know, hey, the cardiologist a renowned cardiologist is going to be here. I think you should come to this clinic, get some advice, and also get some free testing. You could do all of that via outreach messaging. Not all outreach, however, to be honest with you, needs to be clinical. I want to say something about birthday messages because I know this can sound trivial, but bear with me, they are not. In a practice where you have known a patient for 10, 15, 20 years, even a year, a birthday message is not a marketing exercise. It is an acknowledgement of a relationship. To me, it says you are not just a chart number. We know who you are. And our birthday messages, right, I'm going to show you that now. Before I get to that, I'm also going to mention the appointment reminders. Well Practical carry a similar message. They say your continuity of care matters to us. We do not want you to miss this. We are keeping track so you don't have to. These are small automated gestures, but consistency matters in relationships. And a clinic that shows up reliably, even in the small, minute ways that you may think are small and minute, builds a kind of trust that is very difficult to achieve through clinical excellence alone. So with our birthday messages, marketing, birthday messages, these messages can be sent via email, SMS, or WhatsApp. Most of the times they're sent via WhatsApp. We are seeing some places surprisingly using SMS a lot. But that's not necessary. That's not per se more Caribbean based, but we're seeing this area was not expanded to be used as much, but it is being used. You can tailor your messages, your email messages. You can tailor them how you want. This is just an example. You can tailor them so it changes to the patient and the clinic's name. You can tailor SMS messages and your WhatsApp messages as well. So all three can be tailored, and there are instructions here on how you're going to be able to achieve this. And this is another feature that we are seeing in the initial trials, I should say, some good responses. I want to close with something I feel strongly about. Technology is not compassion, and I want to be clear. It never will be. The compassion in your practice comes from you and your staff, from the physician who listens carefully, who remembers details, who treats every patient as a whole person rather than a collection of symptoms. But compassion has its limits when the systems around it create friction, when documentation steals attention, when patients cannot access their own information, when outreach requires manual effort that never gets done. The right digital tools do not replace compassion. They remove the obstacles that prevent it from being delivered consistently. What I hope everyone takes away today is not a list of features, because that is not my aim. It is a way of thinking about the tools you use and the tools you choose. Ask not only whether a system is efficient, that is important, but there's something else you should ask. Ask whether it makes it easier to be present with your patients, whether it keeps them connected to their care, whether it allows your practice to reach out rather than wait. If the answer is yes, if the answer is yes, that is technology in service of compassion. Thank you. That was the end of my presentation.
Sorry about that. Something came up on
That
my
is
screen, and I am not a tech savvy person, so it took over the screen.
that
And
is no problem. That is no problem.
I don't know what to do to get back to the meeting. So I decided to sort of close out and come back. So here I am, and I'm thanking you so much, Mr. Trotman, for presenting a total doctor-patient approach to care using telemedicine as adaptive tools and using your product, Regis.
Thank
You
you very much.
emphasize care and empathy, and we just want to, from start to finish, which is an unusual way of presenting technology to us. But you did say to us that compassion belongs to the ambit of the staff and the doctor, and that technology will never be compassionate. So we have to know how to manage it. So we just want to thank you so very much for coming on board with us today, partnering with us this morning, and sharing your tool. And you have shared with us your QR code for those who wish to took a picture of it, and we'll move on to participate in your product. So thank you again.
That is no problem.
Yes.
I appreciate being with you guys. This is the second time.
I know.
and it won't be the last.
I'm sure. Thank you so much for your support.
Thank you.
All right. So now it is my great pleasure to hand over this conference to, well, first to thank everybody who participated in this section, to thank Dr. Kazar, and to thank Mr. Trotman, and to thank again all of our sponsors. And it's time for me to hand over to our third session. And it gives me great pleasure to ask Professor Marvin Reed, who is the Medical Association of Jamaica president and immediate past president of Caribbean College of Family Physicians regional body, and who is a past president of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians Jamaica, and I think deputy dean of the medical school, so UWI Jamaica. So I just ask him to take over this next session, which is a session of a sort of panel discussion and debate, which will be which he will introduce. So over to you, Sir Marvin.
Thanks, Arno. Colleagues, friends, welcome to this session of the World Family Doctor Day sets of activities or webinar activities. In this session, we'll be exploring the impact of artificial intelligence on human connections in both the digital as well as the real-world environment. To help us navigate this topic, we have enlisted some panelists to represent different pillars of the healthcare system. And I would just briefly like to mention them and just to give you a rough idea. I'm just trying to just make sure that we're all aligned. All right, great.
Mr. Trotman is sharing his screen now.
Oh, yes, let's see if we can remove that square. Sam, can you
Right.
Sorry about that. It should be gone now.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thanks, Aileen, for pointing that out. All right, so we have some panelists here, as I said, representing different pillars of the healthcare system to help us navigate this particular topic. Following the discussive portion of it, we will then have the presentation of a finding survey. Dr. Bukal will be presenting that finding. So the members of the panelists, as I've been advised, are Dr. Aldis Buckland. Dr. Buckland is a family physician, a friend of the people and the environment, animals, and to the Almighty. She has many interests and enjoys adventures in the natural world and explores and on the use of AI. She's an advocate of healthy lifestyle, tobacco control, plantar health, One Health, and sepsis control, and is a current vice president of the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica. And she practiced integrative medicines at her private practice in Crossroads. We also have, again, on the physician side, Dr. Dane Levy, a medical doctor who has been in private practice in the community of Portmore for the past 36 years. He has served his profession as a past president of the Jamaica chapter of the Caribbean College of Family Physicians, and presently is the honorary secretary to the chapter, and also served as a vice president. He's an adjunct lecturer in the Department of Community Health and Psychiatry in the Faculty of Medical Science, and he's presently a member of the Portmore New Testament Church of God, where he now serves as an altar worker. In addition to these physicians, we're joined by should be joined by Dr. Tonoya Borers, a distinguished pharmacist, entrepreneur, and educator with over 20 years of experience spanning clinical pharmacy, academia, and pharmaceutical industry. She's a founder and managing director of Livewell Pharmacy, and she's also a full-time lecturer in the Doctor of Pharmacy program at the University of the West Indies, where she lectures in patient care management, clinical pharmacy, pharmacotherapy, and biopharmaceutics. We also have Deborah Callender, who was introduced earlier by Dr. Arno Morgan, who is a physiotherapist, a certified dementia practitioner, and founder of Care Caribbean. With more than 2 decades of experience in rehabilitation and caregiver support, she combines healthcare expertise with the digital community design to create accessible spaces for education, caregiving, and support across the Caribbean. And then we have some non-physicians. We have Mr. Mark Andre Scott, who is a trained computer scientist, a seasoned software engineer and operator of a boutique tech consulting business firm, specializes in using media, education, and technology to help both individuals and organizations break barriers and actualize potential. And Fitz Bernard, an experienced program manager and technology professional with an extensive career spanning software development, business transformation, strategic management, and enterprise project delivery. He began his career in information technology, after earning his degree in UTech, and that has really provided the foundation for his IT career. So, colleagues and friends, it's supposed to be exploring the impact of AI on human connections in both the digital and real world environment. And I think we all accept that AI has rapidly transitioned from a technological novelty to a fundamental mediator of the human experience. As AI systems become more deeply integrated in communication platforms, social media, and daily workflow, the influence on how humans connect with one another is likely to be both profound and complex. So building on this thought, I think I will just start by asking my technological members of the panel. I will start by asking Mr. Scott whether he would wish to share with us what he sees as the current capabilities of the AI system or infrastructure and what he envisions for the future. Mr. Scott?
Hi, let's test. And can you hear me?
Yes, we're hearing you clearly, Mr. Scott. Go ahead.
All right, can you see me?
No, we can't.
We're not seeing it just yet. Well, I'm not. Let me just see if I...
No, we're not seeing you
I'm
yet.
trying to see what's going on with this.
See a pop-up asking you to share?
So, I'm not sure if in answering your question, it would actually be easier to run through some slides, or how do you
Sure,
want to approach this?
Let's see your slides, and we can take off from there.
Okay. All right, let me see if I can get this to share. And if we can
you
get
just
this
arrange that
going
for him?
very quickly. So just click share. All right, good. Let me know if everybody can see this first. Can everyone see what I have on my screen?
We're seeing a picture of academic journal and a picture of a handsome gentleman.
I take the compliment. I'm actually trying to share a screen with what looks like a coconut tree and some and nature. Let me know if
Not seeing that. Well, your description is very clear. So we're not seeing that. So if you wish, if we're having some technical challenges, perhaps you may have to just go ahead, because it tells me that your bandwidth is low. So I think you probably will have a bit of a challenge.
all right. I'd have to move on, and then let me try and I can get this sorted. Right.
Sure.
All right, no problem. Let me check on that. Go ahead. Let me stop sharing this.
Sure, Mr. Bernard.
All right, so Prof, I'd ask if he can just move along, and then I'll go back in.
Yes. So I pose the same question to Mr. Bernard. Mr. Bernard, you want to dabble in this for a minute?
Yes. Afternoon. Thanks for having me. All right. So you're asking the question. Can you repeat the question, please?
Sure. So AI, as we said, has moved basically has transitioned and has evolved and basically taken over social media. So a lot of things now are really being driven by algorithm. And so the question is, from where you sit at the technical end, where do you see us now, and where do you see us going?
Okay, well, all right. So from a All right, so I'm not in the medical industry. I'm
No, man, that's fine.
more a program manager.
Right.
So 90% of program management is communication. And basically, what is happening is that AI has allowed us to make our work much easier. So it has improved the collaboration by assisting teams. I hear Dr. Neymar talking about Scribe. In our world, what we use is we use the different platforms, transcription from the different platforms to record meeting summaries and action items, risk, and all of that is presented within minutes of the meeting. Before that, we would have spent hours going through meeting notes. So for instance, as a program manager managing multiple projects, I have 4 meetings per day. And by the end of the day, I can provide all of those meetings, professionally done meeting notes, action items to the different stakeholders. Now, there's the advent of meeting notes takers like Otto and Fireflies, and those are specific for meeting notes. But once you understand what these AI are doing, especially we talk about ChatGPT and Copilot, those are 2 primary things that I use, and that is catching on to most people. The Zoom, the Google Meet, and Teams, they provide transcription, and once you have those transcription can be used to generate meeting notes. So it enhances. So in terms of strengthening, it enhances team collaboration. So I'm thinking that most persons will be going there at some point in time. It doesn't matter what discipline you are in. In terms of AI strengthening human connection as well, it reduces an administrative burden. Any discipline you are in right now requires structured communication, structured documentation. AI understands the principles of project management, so it can create documents, project charters, business cases, communication plans, requirements document, all the templates in a discipline that is required. The important thing is that the professional needs to understand what the purpose of these documents. So it's what you put into the request that you get out. So it significantly reduces the time period to prepare these documents, and it allows you to concentrate on other things. In terms of improving decision-making, AI empowers a professional to become more data-driven in their thinking and analysis. So yes, we have data scientists and we have persons who can analyze these data, but AI now, with AI, project managers can do the same work that data analysts are doing. We have large volumes of data that needs analysis, and all of these data can be analyzed using AI. It could be Excel. It could be Excel with just some representation of charts. It can analyze what it is that it's the same. It could be a Power BI platform that deals with large volumes of data. It can provide, as a matter of fact, these Power BI platforms are now embedded AI tools that it automatically, at your request, analyzes that data. In strengthening human communication as well, AI now produces or can produce a lot of visualization. You're in an environment where a lot of the terms are complex to some persons. AI can now visualize a lot of these things for the non-technical persons. So visualization is very important for understanding for different stakeholders. The AI tools can now provide all of those visualization. And of course, we are in the advent of remote platforms, and we are not just working from home, but we are working with vendors from all over the globe, across countries. So while we don't have a situation right now with language barriers, because most of the resources that we are using, they speak English, but their native language is usually Spanish or stuff like that. There are AI tools that can transcribe those meeting notes or
documentation in any language. So it supports global teams.
Okay, sorry, go ahead. I thought you were finished.
Well, those are some of the advantages and opportunities and strengths. And I think that's where most persons in the industry, in my industry, is going towards.
Okay, thanks for setting that context and background for us. So in broad summary, I think the point you were making is that AI and the derivative tools from it, or supplemented tools from it, provides a greater level of communication,
yes,
especially as it relates to work-related tasks, and summarizes a lot of the administrative notes to support these tasks. And therefore, within that context, support the globalization, basically, of the workforce, because of and reduces language barriers across the workforce. So that is very, very, very key and practical and important, irrespective of the sector. And I'm glad you have outlined that for us, because that now leads me into my next set of questions. So on one hand, that's one aspect of communication. And so let me now move us more towards what is more the kind of communications that a lot of my folks in the health sector are often interface with. So on one hand, you have that level of professional communication, but on the other hand, you have the patient professional communication. And so now I'm going to bring in members of my health team to have a discussion around whether or not that same paradigm of summarizing things, of using project management constructs to create notes, if those paradigms you think are useful in these patient health professional interaction. And since we have members of the different groups here, I will start by first my pharmacist. So my pharmacist is Dr. Borrow on this call. Dr. Borrow, what say you?
Thank you.
Because the pharmacy is such an important advisor in the health system. You're the ones where you will have to be communicating with the patients who's afraid to ask the doctor the question. And so tell me, what's your thought?
Thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been following the AI track just out of interest as a Trekkie. I know every Star Trek episode, but also,
The
in
force
terms.
be with you.
No, well, sorry, that's Star Wars, but it's okay. But interested in how it would affect my career, how it affect how we interact with our patients, patient care, and even the innovation and resilience of my own business. Live well. So in terms of the human connection, I've been fascinated by the evolution of the AI IQ. But the EQ part of it is where I think we will win over AI, because of course AI doesn't have the lived experience, and everything is simulated where empathy is concerned. Um, we're
What does that
excited.
matter?
It
What does that
does.
matter?
Let me tell you why it does.
Yes.
I was following with Google's launch of Amy, right? And Amy is their version of a consultation with a physician. And when I was looking at the sample text and the video that they did, they had a patient, the simulated patient was saying, "Hi, I experienced central chest pain accompanied by discomfort extended to my upper stomach. I wouldn't describe it as a burning, but more of a stabbing sensation, etc., etc." And I don't know which patient speaks like that, especially in Jamaica, where we have thick cultural nuance. We have patois, and we have three dialects under that. We have from almost English to deep English, like St. Elizabeth. I don't know if anybody hailing from St. Elizabeth. But in terms of the nuances, so if a patient says, "I have Whitlaw," or "I feel worthless," or "I think I left my slippers outside and I think somebody gave me foot," I don't know how interacting with the AI would help to discern that. From the pharmacist perspective, we do recognize that we are the health professional that are in most contact with the patient. And so I deeply understand how AI couldn't replace that. We know the grandchildren, we know the children, we know the birthdays. Mr. Trotman mentioned the importance of that. We know who's getting a divorce, we know who's taking their meds, we know what are their belief systems. And so I know that AI won't replace pharmacists, even though they're pretty much here with the robots that are dispensing with the AI apps that are giving patients consumer advice. But it will enhance, if used correctly, ethically, it will enhance by freeing us up time to spend more time with our patients. And so I'm on the side where thinking that AI will enhance, not replace, by freeing us up with the project management aspects.
All right, thank you so much. All right, Mark, I said we have sent me a note that you're ready, but I just want to just continue on this thread a minute, and I want to bring Deborah in here. Deborah, I know you're working mainly with the other spectrum. I mean, people like me with all of these white things. You want to just chime in here a bit?
Chime in on what specifically? Just about AI in general?
No. The question that I posed earlier, which is recall when we started the Wicket, where we said that AI is pretty good, meeting, organizing, so on. But we want to know to see what your own version about the health professional patient communication, because that's the theme we're working on now, AI and communication.
Okay, I had actually prepared a really quick presentation, so it might be helpful for me to just
go ahead.
kind of run through that. Let me just actually find it. But regarding health in particular, I think that I personally find AI very, very useful, and it goes a long way in sort of expanding reach, where we don't have that reach already. And so I think it's just a very valuable tool for medical management. I do agree that, and I think Dr. Kazara did it, Dr. Toiler has mentioned it as well. I do agree that there's some definite issues around the emotional intelligence part of it, for sure. But at the same time, I think I do think it, once there's some level of supervision, I think we should really focus on the benefits of it. So I'm gonna run through this really, really quickly, because
Sure, go ahead.
so that it helps. So AI, when we speak about it, it actually is about different categories. You have recommender systems that decide what you see, conversational agents that are, the ones that feel conversational, they're responsive. We have social robots, which are embodied interactions in homes. I don't think we have those in Jamaica as yet. Affective AI and generative models, which would be the ones that underpin all of these other systems. You are seldom interacting with one of these at once. You're usually interacting with several of them at the same time. They combine to produce an AI product usually. Are we getting to deeper bonds with this or faster bonds that are shallow? AI sits in everything now. Social media feeds, search engines, health apps, education tools, you name it. And there is this huge promise, as I've just said, of access, right? So online support, communities that are isolated, students that need that support. The topic was about social impact, so I went more general. Our caregivers, reminders, information about appointments, and workers can collaborate across country, as the first gentleman mentioned. How we communicate is changing, which was mentioned already as well, in terms of the ability to translate. And so for people to communicate across even language barrier because of AI's capability. And so it changes everything for us, work, education, family life. Dr. Toyle mentioned Amy. The research about it shows that it actually outperforms physicians in dialogue, and that there are some efficiency gains there. And just as Dr. Dotole has said, even with all of that, it's an augmentation. It's not a replacement in health or in any other format. Dr. Kazar before mentioned about the loneliness issue and the use of these chatbots. This is also an aspect of health, the use of chatbots to lower people's loneliness, depression, and also to impact cognitive decline. And that's a double-edged sword, because in some cases, when we use this as medical interventions, as Dr. Kazara mentioned, you may have a worse loneliness outcome, and also people report feeling that their AI companions, they anticipate mourning them, that their AI companion is closer than their closest human friend, and they anticipate a very dramatic mourning period. Yeah. So just as Dr. Toyle said, and I think everybody agrees, simulated empathy is not empathy, right? And that, as I said, this is just across everything, not just medically, because I think sometimes when we narrow it down to medical, I think it's not that different. So, the social challenge is not whether it can imitate it. The challenge is whether it creates real connection beyond the screen. So for me, and then of course we have this issue with the recommender systems where you have this, you can find, so people who don't belong can find rarer communities easily, can share experiences, you can find niche support groups, so you can connect. If you have difficulty connecting, you can probably find a more particular group much more easily. The problem there also, though, is that because the recommender systems suggest more of what you are already looking for, you can kind of end up in a fishbowl. And if you have negative, if you're looking for, if you're like a fringe element that's looking for something dysfunctional or undesirable, that kind of thing, what you call an outrage loop, or just a repetition of the feeding of the same content that is not taking us in a positive direction, that is also possible once you have a recommender system that is focusing not so much on giving you something new, but giving you more of the same thing. Right? A lot of people get left behind. We've spoken about this in our context already, the connectivity issues, the literacy issue, and also because AI, just as Dr. Tola has very sensibly raised, they're rarely trained in Caribbean speech and accents and so on. However, it needs to be said that it is with the usage of AI. AI is a trainable thing. So it is also with the usage of it that these things can, AI can learn then about things like Caribbean accents, about speech, about structure, about our culture. So the more of us that use it, it's more likely that AI will be able to close that representation gap a bit better. But there is that risk, obviously, with AI of being left behind. The guardrails that I would suggest, everybody suggested them already. Transparency, that AI is used as a support, not a replacement, that we must protect the vulnerable children, older adults, people who are lonely and isolated, should not be left alone with AI without some visibility of a caregiver. And obviously we need to close the access gap as well. And therefore it should be a bridge, not a substitute, and I think should lead back to human connection. So both in healthcare, where we use it, I have a whole digital community called Care Caribbean, where we have support group meetings and everything digitally, handouts, free handouts for caregivers digitally. They have access to everything that, everything that would support them in a digital format so that it can reach not just Jamaicans, but the entire Caribbean. But we also have to make sure that we regulate that with with us being there with visibility. And we use it as a bridge that loops back to human connection. And I think, as I said, you are asking about medically, but because of the title of the talk, I prepared a more general thing. But always for me, I think AI, it's a bridge and it's a great tool. But we should use it to point back to, both in medicine and outside of it, to human connection. So
All
I
right,
think I
thank you
gave you
so
more
much
than you were
for
looking for,
your
but thank you.
contributions there. Oh, no, man, that's fine. And we're going to bring on some of the points that you have mentioned in your slides in the latter parts of our discussions. I'm going to ask Mr. Scott now, since he's ready, if he would just wish to just follow on with his presentation.
I totally appreciate that. And before I go any further, I want to say greetings, salutations to everyone. I'm going to focus on the human connection aspects of it. And I'm going to start by showing you guys a game quickly because we've been doing a lot of talking so far, right? So I want to quickly share a screen with you guys. As I just heard the last panelist mention, I was talking to my sister in preparing for this conversation yesterday. She specializes in emergency medicine in Bahamas. And one of the things that she has pointed out to me in particular is the focus for her is getting to her, as I call it, from yawns to coconuts, right? So let me not even slow down on the slides. Let me just get straight to it. So in my field, I focus not on using technology on the utilitarian aspect of it, but actually focus on using technology to curate learning experiences, which generally send kids from Jamaica all the way through to winning competitions internationally, etc. Because we have an early accelerator. Now, technology as I have seen it, I wouldn't, if I were to define what we're talking about, I would put some boxes around it in terms of artificial intelligence. I wouldn't talk about the what do you call it? The economic downfall that the economists are pending based on all of the energy, the water usage, the aggressive banking loans that are being taken to the data centers. Wouldn't talk about that. Wouldn't be focusing on, even as Dr. Kazara had spoken about, the negative parts of it, the inhumane aspects of what the recommendations can do. But what I'd do is I'd focus more on putting us as humans back in the center of the box, not thinking outside of the box, but right inside of the box. Now, just use words and describe it, because I don't even want to slow down and get back the slides. Dr. Buckland has been my family doctor for at least 3 generations, right? So I literally grew up in that waiting room. And what that does is it allows me to recognize as a father, know that she really has been, and family doctors in particular, they're literally the cranes that support the family structures and by extension our societies, not just to pick out anything. So in preparing, I also looked on some surveys online and I realized that one of the biggest things happening in the medical profession, regardless whether you're a psychologist, psychiatrist, general practitioner, etc., is burnout. And I think that's where I would like to focus. How can the tools help to reduce the burnout in particular? That way, at the end of the day, these same cranes that are supporting our family structures can actually continue to do so. Now, if we think about it like a pyramid, at the top you'd have the parents, then you'd have or the top you'd have grandparents and the parents, and you have the children, right? And then you have the doctors who are, supporting this intergenerational support. But when that doctor goes home, that same pyramid gets inverted. And there is that whole world of compassionate care, etc., and that burnout that occurs. Now, for the research that I saw, 45% of all in America, 45% of the general practitioners, the family doctors, they're generally the ones hitting the wall, needing to actually either exit the profession or just take some major breaks. So in communicating from a tech perspective, in the same way I'd use tech to curate a community for kids, or St. Peter and Paul would use my software to ensure all of the kids get there, or in the same way that United Nations would use my innovation and knowledge point for intranet support so that there's no barrier and there's total inclusion. It's the same way that I'm actually saying that if we think about the repetitive administrative tasks that are the real center of the burnouts for a lot of doctors. So let me go back to the analogy. You have the pyramid, you have the grandparents, the parents, and the children. Put them inside of the box, which is the doctor's office, right? And the crane is lifting that up. Now, think about a hamster wheel. You have all of these repetitive administrative tasks, rats I call them, right? So imagine instead of hamsters on the wheel, you have rats on the wheel. And these rats are necessary because they're powering the engine of the doctor's office. But what happens when the rats become chaotic? And that's where we can focus on using the AI to move our doctors, in particular, from yawns, which is, you're always, urgently needing sleep, right? All the way over now to the coconuts. Now, again, just to reference my sister, Dr. Kim Scott Hall, her big thing is to, at the end of the day, get home. If Alex has a prickle in his shoes and he's talking to her, she uses opportunity to then use AI to imaginatively create for him and with him a storybook. Now, typically, otherwise, she would have been totally mentally drained. Now, what that does for her is she's back in her safe third space or her safe space. She's totally regenerated, revitalized, and she's able now to not just, do that whole crash, hit the sack, sleep, but she's able now to actually go and make a meaningful contribution again, saving the world with the hero cape that we know the doctors wear, right? So, for me, I'm more interested in trying to encourage doctors to appreciate that we first want the AI, from my perspective as a tech consultant and somebody who actually builds hardware that United Nations use, we want them to first pay attention to their self-care. How can the tools not just be another tool in the toolkit? Because remember, went through the whole data mining phase, went through the IoT phase, went through all of these phases and fads. But how do we get our doctors now to pay attention to the things that existed before AI and even before digital? There was always a scenario of you're going to need to schedule, right? You're going to need to respond and correspond. You're going to need to listen. You're going to need to. So if we can help the doctors to use AI, not only external customers, but their internal customers, how do they help themselves first? And I'll go a step further and just wrap with this quick case study. A good friend of mine, her letters are, and forgive me, I'm not in the medical field, but I think she said her letters were RN, and that's registered nurse, BSN, and MSN, right? And she explained to me that she started her day last week with about 5 visits. I don't know Florida very well, but she used Jamaica because she's originally Jamaican or Jamaican. So she said, imagine that I started my day to do some wound care home visits. And I started from as far as, the University Hospital at West Indies, and I ended all the way down in downtown, right? In peak hour traffic at the end of her day. But then her home care provider, her boss, calls her and says, Marlene, there's a person that I needed to go and see all the way back up in Papine at Hewitt. Now, she found it particularly agitating at the time because it was a human error why she never started her day that place. Where was the human error? Well, it was simple. The home care boss or provider actually has flags that come from the insurance company called approved, right? So this client in particular, the provider was not clear that they were approved because their letter from the insurance company came in the mail and it got lost in the pile. Now, what it meant for her, as she explained to me, she said, addressing him late in the evening wasn't a big deal of such, but if it was that patient needed an IV change, then that would have been a problem for that type of human error. So one of the things that if I were to push now on a B2B aspect to recommend to doctors, not necessarily, go on your phone and install an app. I mean, Dr. Scott Hall, my sister, she says, okay, in Bahamas where doctors are now using the probes connected to the phones, and that's how they're in the job applying it, as well as they're also using it with medical scans. So quick story again. Before my father died, 2 days before he died, I found out that he was going to die. My sister told me he was at Andrew's memorial in a private room. So my wife and I, we decided to get married 2 days before he died in the hospital room, right? Now, that type of information, a big part of how it came about was that at the time, there was a lot of lag in getting the scans and the scans read from Andrews. So what I did is I got the CD after the scan was done, put it online, found the software, read it, got the file decrypted, sent it to my sister for her to interpret, right? Now, again, she has also pointed out that patients are coming to her more like how a person like myself or yourself, Prof, would come to her more mentally prepared. You're self-diagnosing. Doc, I find this, my foot scratching me, but I read online that is this and that, and AI said. So it gives them an opportunity to stay on top of their game, but at the same time, it's also creating more opportunities for more customers or clients or more patients to take the responsibility in their hand of helping themselves to educate themselves. And I'll polish it off like this. When I look at, for example, my mother, and I thought it was unique to my mom, but then you get married and your wife has, and you're like, oh, it's a mother thing. Mothers who have to deal with children going to hospital, eventually they become walking pharmacists. Like they know the terms, they know the versions, they know what is part of which family of drugs, etc. So we're in a world now where there's a lot of information, but how does the rubber meet the road? How do we get them? So we need to get our professionals from their yawns, from just being totally stressed out, tired, etc., to get into their coconuts. And as Miss Deborah Calendar had said, did I pronounce your name correctly? I hope I did. I said 2 L's, I'm not sure. But as she said, and my sister also mentioned, because in the Bahamas, they have a heavy influx of Haitians, Creole is a big thing. So therefore, even in the translation and communication, there is that aspect as well. So in a nutshell, and I'll probably email the PowerPoints and you guys can take what you want out of it, because I think I just summarized it. I mean, in a nutshell, we need to not add more tools to the pile, like we're trying to build muscles or we're trying to prove. Between the time we started this conversation, Prof, and by the time we're finished, there's going to be additional software tools that are out there. There's going to be somebody, as a matter of fact, I was in California 2 years ago, and right as I was in Cali, I was reaching out to some of the fundamental people who actually launched the MIT frameworks and those other business schools. And one of the guys pointed out to me that this is exactly how Loom was started. I don't know if you guys use Loom, but Loom is basically this. Why are we sitting and having this 1 hour meeting? Do you have clarity on what you want to talk about? Let's get to the clarity. So I'm simply saying, in contributing, if we want AI to do more for us in terms of preserving human connections, then we have to look at what are the fundamental things that are the rats, the everyday rats, the repetitive administrative tasks, and let's pick those as low-hanging fruits. Now, to wrap up, there's a tool I had created for UN. It's a portable intranet tool, Prof. And my wife said to me when I got kicked off the conversation, she's like, this is why you need the knowledge point, right? The internet doesn't always work, right? But it's tools like these that you can put in a space, geofence the space, and create an instant community that uses zero data. That way everyone can be included and we can move to more meaningful conversations. Don't want to hog the conversation, so that's it for me.
All right. Thank you so much. That's a whole heap, using the Jamaican phrase for a lot. But what I will do, as I'm going to come back to that to try and tie in everything together in a few minutes, I'll just ask a perspective from the physicians on the call, physicians on the panel. So briefly, Aldith, you just want to chime in? You were actually mentioned.
Hi, thank you very much, Prof. Well, you have another AI called Almighty Intelligence. Almighty, there is Almighty Intelligence. And this is where first, before I do anything, I connect with the Almighty. And I ask him to guide me through everything. I purposely really take my devices away from me, because if they're near me, there is the chance that I'm going to go on and then get distracted, because it's quite hypnotic. So I really keep my phone away from me and my iPad away from me, so I can take care of me and I can stay centered and connected. And then, it's just recharging the battery and I can walk in nature. I just need to build my humanness and my because I need to fill up my tank. I need to fill up my tank before I actually deal with other people.
I'm sure you.
It's so important. And because once the Lord guides, he's providing. And So that is really powering myself up. And then we have this whole information. No, this information is information, or they are really ideas? Are they people's thoughts? Because the thoughts are not necessarily the truth. Thoughts are not necessarily the truth. They may be ideas. We have seen where people do research, and then the research is not quite research because it was intended to make people think a certain way. And then you have really research that really is meant to be, and it shows good research. So when we look at information, is this misinformation? Is it disinformation? You have good actors, you have bad actors. You got to know what you're dealing with. So even when we are doing research online and we see certain things, we have to be running certain things to the back of our in the background, and just check if this is really so. And then we make our own lifestyle changes. As I said, I did certain lifestyle changes. I've been walking more. I'm quite proud of myself because I've let off some weight. But I have my own strategies that, and I'm keeping that going. And I'm getting really good rest by keeping the devices away from me. Yes, AI is there. However, we need to take care of us. If we don't take care of us, we can drop out. We've got to really love ourselves and really extend that love to other people. And the love really means that we're listening. To truly listen, you just got to be present with someone. I'll tell you a story. When I was in Rotterdam last year, it was a travel scholarship. My mom met in an accident and she broke her wrist. My daughter took her to the university hospital. They did whatever, they put it in a cast. And then within 2 or 3 days, Trisha WhatsApp me, Mommy, look at Mommy's grandma's hand. The fingers were black. I said, Trisha, get her to the hospital fast. So when she got her, and that's using, I'm all the way in the Netherlands, and here it is, I'm seeing this thing, okay, in Jamaica. So they get her off to the hospital, and they do whatever. The nurse was so frightened, she did whatever, and then the doctor came and rebandaged it and sent her off to the clinic, and they were monitoring it. When I eventually came to Jamaica, Melissa came, and then her appointments were just no appointments because the clinic setting was shut down. Anyway, it was time for her cast to come off, and I went to the appointments desk and I said, I need an appointment for my mother to get her cast off because I saw the fingers were getting swollen. The appointments desk man said, no, you can't get an appointment until 3 weeks' time. So I said, you're telling me that I'm going to have to clip off this cast by myself? No, the thing is, the document is at the university hospital. I do not want to really create another document or see somebody else because our document is all at this place. So I said, if I went to the emergency department, I may have a chance of getting a closer date. He said, yes. So I went there. Would the doctor listen to me? I didn't tell the lady I was a doctor. She's there walking around with her tablet. Very busy. I can understand she has a lot of these people to see, but she comes around and she looks at this thing and said, ma'am, you're going to have to wait for about 9 hours. I said, lady, doctor, all I need is an appointment for the following day. Mommy is already registered. She's already in the system. She has been going to the clinic, and her clinic is tomorrow. I'm there Wednesday. Her clinic is Thursday. She don't listen to me. I said, Nurse came around, don't listen to me. So anyway, I went by the registration desk in the casualty department, and I was just talking to the lady, and then the lady at registration desk said, oh, you sound like a doctor. And I said, I sound like a doctor to you? She says, yes. I said, well, yes, I am a doctor. Why don't you take your mother by one of your colleagues? I said, I really don't want to because her thing is here. And I said, all I need is an appointment for tomorrow's clinic. I don't need anybody to see her today. I'm okay looking after my mother for today. She said, just hold on. This lady listened. She went down to the other desk where the clinic appointments are made, and got me an appointment for the following day. Just listen. The doctor never listened. The nurse never listened. It was the appointment. It was the clerk, the clerk in the casualty department that listened to me and made the effort to leave her section and go get the appointment so my mother could be seen. And so whether you use AI or you don't use AI, if you do not use your listen to make a discerning call and judgment, how can I help the person in front of me? So we could spend all the different monies you want. You can do all the training you want to do. You can be the doctoress, whatever. If you don't listen, you're getting nowhere. Because at that point in time, I just needed one thing. I just needed a date for the following day. So I am saying, let us not lose sight of our humanness, because this is key. This records clerk, she was present with me. The doctor was not present with me. The nurse was not present with me. It was somebody else who was present with me. All right, so that is information. This is somebody listening, okay? But this is loving, and she actually extended love to me. Because in loving, you're listening. You know, you're overlooking other things around, and you're voicing an encouraging word to me and making the effort, making a big effort to get me to the point that I need to reach. This is compassionate care. And then the support. We need to be able to give support. We need to be able to receive support. Both of these are gifts. Both of these are gifts. Once we can do that, we are moving our care to a higher level. We are actually now in almighty power. The Lord is guiding us to be compassionate. And you know, when I was in England, I saw this thing in the bus: see it, say it, sort it. And I looked at those 3 little sentences: see it, say it, sort it. How many of you are in a WhatsApp group? How many of you are in a WhatsApp group and you see somebody being not treated well? You see something happening, but you decide to remain silent because you don't want to speak up. I find a lot of people don't want to speak up, right? If you see something that makes you feel uncomfortable, say something so it can get sorted, right? Because the person who has been injured in a WhatsApp group is hurting. See it, say it, sort it. This is compassionate care, even in a WhatsApp group that involves doctors. Documentation, whether you do it by AI or you do it physically, is so important in medicine. We are to accurately document something. If it is inaccurate, you put a line through it. If you do it literally, and sign your name and date it, and you put the right thing. Accurate documentation is everything. And not only documenting and writing it down, but if you see something that is going to change the outcome of a patient, and you see something that's going to affect it, you say something to somebody. And I'll bring this other point. One of our patients, he came in, and when I saw him, he said, "Yes, fine, he has diabetes and hypertension." I hadn't seen him for about 9 months. And what happened is that his wife kept coming. Every 3 months she'd come. "Doc, you know, my husband is a lawyer. He's so busy. Can you just give him a prescription, a repeat prescription?" So the last time, no, this is 9 months down the road, I said, "Tell him that my eyes need to see his eyes. I am not writing another prescription. My eyes need to see his eyes." So when he eventually came, I checked his blood pressure. He said he's feeling fine, not a problem. So he went on the bed, and I'm listening to his heart, examining the chest. But I'm hearing, I don't hear doop, 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 doop. I hear, ee, ee, ee. No, 9 months before, you know, that heart.
Lisa, you ready?
9 months ago, the heart was sounding good. And why I'm telling you this story is this, because he eventually did his heart surgery and was released. This man has never had any back pain. But when I saw his daughter, who is a nurse, she said, Daddy is having physiotherapy. And he's getting ice cold baths. I said, ice cold baths, but he's never had a back problem in his entire life. So I said, bring him back to me. When he came, so you know what happened? When he went to university, I get no communication from the university to me.
All right.
Well, listen, why I'm saying this, I need to finish this. Why I'm saying this is because when I checked his blood pressure, it was all over the place. He had bacterial endocarditis. He had to go back to the hospital and then be flown to Texas. So what I'm saying to you, documentation. Now, if you see something wrong, because they are thinking that his back pain was related to musculoskeletal, he probably had pyelonephritis because the man was catheterized, and it went all over the system into sepsis. If you see something, say it, sort it. But guess what? Let's love ourselves and take care of each other.
All right. Thank you so much, Alice. But we're running out of time, and I need to ask Dean, within the context of one of the roles of family physician for life course care, meaning how do you perceive this human connection in this era for lifelong care? And then I'm going to have to wrap up, unfortunately, because we're running out of time.
Thanks, Marvin. Rather interesting discussion thus far, emphasizing the positives and the best parts of both worlds, which is what we'll have to bring together in order to achieve the kind of patient care that that our patients deserve. The question that you asked is a central to good patient care. And I have pondered this question myself. Once we are tuned in and attentive to what our patient is communicating, I think we are more than 50% on the way to achieving our goals. I had some points to make, but I think everybody has covered them thus far. And I would just want to add that unless we are looking at and seeing all the languages that the body expresses, we are not listening, and we will not get to the point where we achieve that kind of compassionate care that we need to. People communicate with their eyes, they communicate with different nuances, they communicate with language, they communicate with a stance or a body posture. They communicate with even the atmosphere, the aura around them, for want of a better word. Or for putting it more sensitively, they communicate with the aura around them. And yes, the tools that we have, which we have been using for a while, the AI tools and all of those that we have, which we have been using for a while, they will help us to free up ourselves a bit more to attend to what is the real crux and importance of getting information out of our patient and developing trust. Once we develop trust with our patient in that kind of a relationship, then we are 80-90% on the way to solving someone's problem. A lot of the time a patient comes into the office and it is not medication that they need. They need to be heard. And so we need to always remember this. I'm not sure if I answered your question. If you want to pose it in a different way for me. But,
no, but I think you did pretty well. And actually,
that is what I want to add.
Yes, man. I think you did pretty well without actually repeating a lot of the points that have been made earlier. And you've introduced an interesting but fundamental construct that underpins the patient healthcare provider relationship, and that is trust. I think we have all spoken around it, but you have really nailed it on the head. So thank you within that regards. Colleagues and friends, I think we're coming now to the time allocated to this discussion. I think we can all agree that the human connection is really the cornerstone of societal well-being. And it is traditionally forged through shared spaces where we see each other, we can touch each other, we can experience the aura of each other, as Dr. Levy has just shared, which may involve issues, things like simple eye contact, nuanced emotional exchanges, and so on. We understand that language is a very important part. That has been clear from the presentation from Dr. Burrow, which really says that while we may be using these tools, we also have to understand that sometimes, depending on how the tools have been trained, they may not have been able to understand the nuances of our linguistics. We understand, though, that the tools are very strong in structuring things like meeting, creating things in a project management format. And we also understand that the tools, one of the great benefits of the tools is that it can really assist us as practicing healthcare provider to unload a lot of the mundane so that we ourselves can engage in more meaningful communications with the important people around us and contribute ultimately to a reduced risk of being burnt out. We heard very clear and very passionately from Dr. Buckland the real importance of listening. Listening, and superimposed on that listening is, as Dr. Levy put forward, the element of trust. So, colleagues, we also heard as well from Deborah the importance of having an inclusive approach to AI, an approach to digital tools and the digital space. And so, colleagues, together, taking all of these considerations together, I think we can all agree that while AI offers us an unprecedented tools for overcoming geographic and other barriers, it simultaneously introduces new paradigms, the risk of isolation, the risk of superficiality, and the risk of being immersed and embedded in what we call an echo chamber. You just hear what you want to hear. So understanding this paradox is really going to be the next frontiers for many of us who, for our own personal lives as well as our professional life, as we use and interface with these tools as we navigate the future and look and examine and re-examine interpersonal relationships. So again, as chair, I just want to just say thank you all. Thanks to all my panelists for their contribution. I will just see if I'll take one question, if there are any. Let me see in the question and answer chat. Well, I think some of this already is Jamaica ready for large-scale AI healthcare adoption. I think that was addressed in some of the earlier discussion. What infrastructure gaps must be addressed first? What role should government play? I think Dr. Bailey said and indicated some of the roles that the government is playing through its AI task force. Certainly, there's an AI task force at the national level. There's also an AI task force for health, specifically geared to health, which will address some of these points. So with that said, I'm just quickly roll over to the chat to see if there's anything else. I'm not seeing. Has the medical council done anything about AI? The short answer is no. The medical council needs to be reconstituted, and as such, is not in a position right now to make a comment. So having said that, we will continue some of these discussions at our Medical Association Symposium, which is coming up in 2 weeks' time, because the symposium there is also dealing with AI in the healthcare sector. So colleagues, this is not going away. It will be with us. It is on us, and we just have to engage. So thanks again to my panelists. As I now move to the next item on the program, which just reminds me here, let me just bring it up. The next item on the program is the presentation of our poll results by Dr. Ken Buckler, the treasurer of the CCFP. Dr. Buckle?
All right, thank you, Prof. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me just share my screen. I'd like to say thank you for still being here with us, and I'd like to thank everyone who participated in the poll. So let me just share my screen just now. Okay. All right. So we had conducted a survey earlier this year, starting around the end of April to the beginning of May, in preparation for this conference. And we wanted to know how may AI influence human connection in virtual and non-virtual worlds. And in presenting the results of this survey, I compared it loosely to a German survey that I found that helps provide some context. So in this German study, it begins with why AI, and the healthcare sector, they state, faces numerous challenges, including demographic changes, such as an aging population, which amplify the prevalence and complexity of chronic diseases and consequently the demand for healthcare workers. Healthcare workers must adapt to those challenges amid persistent workforce shortages, with Europe alone facing an expected shortfall of 4 million healthcare workers by 2030. In this context, digital health technologies, particularly artificial intelligence, are emerging as potential solutions to strengthen healthcare systems and meet growing demands. So what did our survey cover? Well, about 85% of our respondents, and of the 50, we have got 59 responses. So 85% roughly of our respondents were family physicians or general practitioners, and 61% had about more than 20 years of experience. So we had very experienced persons answering our survey. We asked the question, have you used digital healthcare services, whether it be telemedicine, online consultations, or health apps? 16.9% said yes, frequently, whereas the majority stated that they only used digital healthcare services occasionally. When we asked about human connection in healthcare, and we asked how important is human connection in healthcare, the majority of our respondents said it is extremely important, given the highest score on the Likert scale for this particular question of 5. And that was 91.5% of our respondents. Do you feel human connection is being maintained in today's healthcare system? 64.4% said somewhat, and 32% said yes. In your opinion, what best defines human connection in healthcare? A good amount of our respondents stated holistic care as it relates to the biopsychosocial model. 23.7% stated empathy and compassion, followed by trust and rapport, with 18.6%. Regarding digital and virtual care, we asked, how would you rate your experience with digital health care? 47.5% stated fair, whereas about 29% stated that their relationship or their experience with digital care was good. Do virtual consultations provide the same level of empathy as in-person care? A majority of respondents said no, with almost 60% stating that. Do virtual consultations allow for the same level of empathy as in-person care? Again, the majority of our respondents said no, with 49.2% stating it. Regarding knowledge and general use of AI, we asked, how familiar are you with AI technologies? 61% said they were somewhat familiar. 18.6% said they heard of it, but they're not sure. 15% said they were not familiar at all. How often do you interact with AI? 34% roughly said rarely. And equally, a 34% said daily. So that was a mixed bag. Do you believe AI is primarily a helpful tool, a potential threat, both helpful and potential threat equally? Are you unsure, or does it depend on the user? 44.8% of our respondents said that AI is primarily both a helpful tool and a potential threat. With regards to our human connection, which we've been talking about throughout the course of this conference, do you think AI improves communication in virtual spaces? 40.7% said yes, with roughly 34% saying sometimes. We also asked, or stated, I should say, AI makes interactions feel less personal, and respondents were to say strongly disagree, with that being number 1, and 5 strongly agree. Most persons were in the middle. They neither strongly disagreed nor did they strongly agree, with 39% of respondents. 25% of respondents, though, strongly agreed that AI interactions feel less personal. With regards to fair, trust, and ethics, we asked, are you concerned about AI replacing human roles in healthcare? A whopping 63% of our respondents said that they were somewhat concerned about AI replacing human roles in healthcare. And we asked, what is your biggest concern about AI? A majority of our respondents, with 61%, stated loss of human connection, and only 20% stated job replacement, 23% stated privacy or data security concerns, and 22% stated bias or errors. We asked, do you trust AI-assisted healthcare decisions? And 53.4% stated only with human oversight. Regarding autonomy, choice, and regulation, we asked, should individuals have the option to choose whether AI is used in their care? 60.3% said yes. Should AI in healthcare be more strictly regulated? A whopping 69% said yes, absolutely. We also asked, what is the biggest benefit, do you think, of AI in healthcare? And the options were faster diagnosis, improved accuracy, better monitoring, increased access to care, if they were unsure, all of the above. 32.2% stated increased access to care, which I think Dr. Brian Kazara emphasized as well as it related to psychiatry. Are we currently using AI appropriately in healthcare? Well, 69% said it's too early to tell. Regarding data protection and security, how concerned are you about data privacy in digital healthcare? 42.9% said they were very concerned. and 38.1% state that they were somewhat concerned. So we're very concerned about data protection. There was also an aspect of the survey where persons could write their answers to the questions asked. And one of the questions we asked was, which is the one change needed to maintain human connection in a digital healthcare system? Approximately 41% of those who responded highlighted the human connection aspect of it. And I've put some quotes here. Human first, digital design where technology is explicitly designed to enhance rather than replace humans. Important to transition from digital first mindset, which prioritizes efficiency and cost cutting, but we should use it for administrative work so as to free up time for empathetic, high touch human interaction. Some persons also said we need to regulate, the regulation around AI use needs to be evident. Well, some persons also stated human oversight should be mandatory when AI is used. And of course, we have mandatory AI training for all healthcare workers. Now, let me go briefly back to the German study. It kind of reflects some of what we've been saying. In their results, they stated that while AI can streamline workflows, concerns were raised about its effect on human interaction, especially with older patients during consultation. Some are also skeptical that AI would free up time for patient interaction, citing systemic challenges such as lack of incentives for meaningful engagement. So this was a concern of a European country. They also stated that the physicians support the adoption of AI, but require clear regulatory framework, which is what we've been saying, that covers data protection, liability, transparency, and seamless workflow integration to uphold professional responsibility and patient trust. Again, that term, patient trust, which we heard from our panelists. The physicians call for explicit information on legal liability when AI-based tools are deployed. We also asked another question. We asked, what should the future of compassionate healthcare look like? And the response that we got, compassionate healthcare should look like blending AI with human-centered care to provide compassion and empathy to our patients, as well as accurate diagnosis. Compassionate healthcare should look like total engagement of one's being to truly understand another person with wisdom, manners, and respect to lead to excellent outcomes for person, family, and the carer. And one other respondent stated, the future of compassionate healthcare should use technology to remove barriers and busy work. So every patient interaction has more time for human presence, listening, and trust. So the conclusion of the German study, which I think is an appropriate conclusion for us, while concerns persist, and we do have many, according to the German study, they diminish with increased familiarity and professional use. Their findings highlighted the need for targeted education, which was echoed in our responses to the survey, hands-on training, and standardized implementation strategies to enhance AI engagement and facilitate adoption of this AI. Thank you so much for your attention. I'll stop sharing now and hand over to Prof.
Thank you so much, Karen. Excellent presentation, providing local context for the discussion today. And colleagues, one of the things that has emerged in the discussions that we have been having during the course of the day is the fact that AI systems are trainable systems. And to the extent that to which we actually train it on our own local nuances is the extent to which it can better serve us. And so it's important for us to really understand what it is that our community thinks about AI so that we can craft a policy and a course and a journey that will be beneficial for all of us who practice within this particular environment and ecosystem. I'm going to just stop talking now and just allow you all to provide or engage for the next few minutes in any questions for Dr. Bukal. I'm not seeing any in the Q&A just now, but are there any for my panelists? Do you have any questions or any comments that you'd want to direct at Dr. Bukal? I see you positioning ally. Is it that you want to say something to make a contribution?
Oh yes, you have learned to read my body language. You know me too well. Just want to congratulate the organizers for this excellent survey. And I want to throw this question to you, Prof. We have done too many surveys that have not been published. When are we going to publish? It's important because there's very little difference between the German study and ours. And it's published, therefore we should publish ours. Secondly,
Agreed.
I know you are on multiple committees. We need to give this data to the Ministry of Health. Are you planning to do so?
Bukal, what are you guys planning to do with this data?
I
She's
think it would be
smiling.
useful to give it to the Ministry of Health, but we haven't discussed that aspect of it in detail for further discussion.
Okay.
But Dr. Bailey has made a very important point. So why do we do research? We do research for the creation of new knowledge. But the important thing is that new knowledge is not helpful for society unless it is translatable. So translation requires either the policymakers get it or the rest of society gets it and turns it into a useful product or intervention. So he has made a very timely intervention that we really need to move to the next phase or the next stage. After the knowledge creation, you now have to get it integrated for it to be of any use. All right.
Okay, Prof. Excellent response, because I've discussed with you. We have enough academic know-how in the CCFP and AGPJ to start producing papers. So I'm suggesting to Dr. Bukal that she touch base with those who have interest in this area to come up with some guidelines in terms of how to prepare a paper and present it so that you can have a knowledge that is retained, is not really useful, it has to be shared. And I'm particularly worried, especially with respect to policymakers. They tend to operate in a little cocoon. They are totally ignorant of what's happening in the real world. And since you have the data, let's share it with them.
All right. Thanks so much for that. Let me just check to see if there's any in the Q&A. I'm not seeing anything in the Q&A just now. All right, great. In the chat, okay, they're just giving you congratulations, Dr. Bukal. Any other comments? Dr. Buckland, you wanted to comment?
Thank you very much. It has been a very exciting session. The entire program has been very good. And I commend everyone who has participated, both the presenters and the participants, and the persons who are in the planning committee, and also to Mr. Heron and our wonderful administrator, Dr. Lynn Thompson-Hyatt. We have really done a wonderful World Family Doctor Day. And also to you, Prof. Excellent. Excellent way. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you again, Dr. Bailey, and we will definitely put it into action. Thank you, Prof.
Oh, it looks as if it was me who had gone. I thought it was you that had gone frozen all day. Were you complete in your presentation, in your point?
Who are you speaking to?
No, you, Aldis. I got knocked off.
Oh.
And I was just
I saw you look frozen, so I said, I wonder if you went catatonic. Did you go catatonic? And then I said, oh, did I go offline?
Right.
Yes, I think it's so important to have compassionate care. Bottom line, whether you use AI is here. And it is very lovely to explore it. It's just even think of it as a game. because I do use pieces of it. So we can explore it and see how it will be a good tool to move us forward. But it is a good tool. And just make sure that we remain truly human. Remember to connect to the Almighty. That's another AI, but this was the biggest AI, Almighty Intelligence.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. All right. Thanks so much. It's now my task. It's now 2:31, so we're a little bit behind. To ask our president, Dr. Sene Ononuju, CCFA Jamaica president, to move the vote of thanks. Sene?
Good afternoon, everyone. It's been a pleasant day and a very great and interesting presentations throughout the day. And before I go into the vote of thanks, I would wish to remind us that we are still missing our brothers and sisters who have departed. Dr. Mary Sloper, Dr. Dr. Tomlin Paul, and more recently with our Golden Beecher. We mourn them and we love them, we remember them, although we can't bring them back. And although they have been mentioned earlier, they are too important to us for me to just say thank you without saying anything about them. For today's presentation, we have just concluded the World Family Doctor Day 2026 webinar, where we gathered under the powerful and timely theme, compassionate care in a digital world. Where are we? Where are we now? On behalf of the World Family Doctor Day Planning Committee, which comprises Caribbean College of Family Physicians of Jamaican chapter, the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, the postgraduate students of Family Medicine, University of the West Indies, Mona, I stand here today with a heart brimming with gratitude. This afternoon has been a testament to the power of collaboration, expertise, and commitment to advancing medical knowledge. This webinar has been a collaborative effort that has drawn on the knowledge, dedication, and competence of members of the World Family Doctor Day Planning Committee, who meet periodically to plan, discuss, brainstorm, and formulate appropriate terms and topics that might be of interest to the broader membership of the college and other health care professionals. A cadre of highly experienced and knowledgeable presenters, highly motivated administrative staff, efficient IT support personnel, and members who have continually thrown their support behind the annual event as we pursue excellence in patient care through continuing medical education and explore the advances that artificial intelligence has made to the way we practice medicine. Allow me to seize this opportunity to extend my sincerest gratitude and thanks to all our esteemed presenters, Doctors Ovin Nemad, Albert Don Bailey, Brian Kazara, and Mr. Dale Trotman. Also to our panelists, Doctors Aldith Buckland, Dave Levy, Tonoya Toyloy, representatives from the public at large, Mr. Fitz Bernard and Mr. Mark Scott, our moderators, Doctors Ellen Standard Golson, Dr. Anna J. Brown Morgan, and Professor Marvin Reed. Events and occasions such as this it is customary to invoke God's presence to bless and guide our proceedings. For this, we thank Dr. Arlene Henry Dawkins for her opening prayer. We thank our presenters for their insightful presentation on the evolution of clinical practice that's leveraging AI to optimize patient outcome. And that was Dr. Ovil Nemad. We learned a lot of it. Navigating the ethical frontiers that was carried out by Dr. R. Bailey, a catalyst for healthcare equity and universal access. The digital transformation of psychiatry, AI-driven innovations in psychosocial practice was brilliantly carried out by Dr. Brian Kazara and the discussions that followed right after were very insightful. Then the panelists consisted of doctors from the Association of General Practitioners of Jamaica, Aldith Buckland, and also Dr. Dean Levy, persons from the public, Mr. Fitz Bernard, Program Manager for Jamaican National, and IT and Manager Group and IT, and Mr. Max Scott, Software Engineer. Other participants in the panelists were Dr. Tunoya Toiloy, pharmacist, and Latoya, I forget her name, which I wrote here. She is a physiotherapist. Everybody had a great contribution and they were all very insightful. And if you notice at the end, not many questions came up. It's because they were all understood in my judgment. And a special kudos to all our presenters who were drawn by a compulsion to give back to their country, Jamaica, by way of participation in this webinar. They have really done a fantastic job, and I can unreservedly speak for all of us who I saw, all of us. When I saw, we were all truly, I will say that we were all truly grateful. Your presentations have enriched and broadened the scope of our attendees and will certainly complement their skill set as they seek to extend care to their patients. To our moderators, who skillfully steered the discussions and ensured the smooth flow of the webinar, Dr. Ellen Standard Golson, Dr. Anna J. Brown Morgan, and Professor Marvin Reed. Your guidance has been instrumental in mainstreaming the engagement and learning experience for all our attendees, and for this, say a big thank you to all of you. A dedicated team of administrative staff, led by Lynn Thompson Hyatt, and IT support personnel, powered by Oldgate Solutions under the leadership of Mr. Samuel Heron, have toiled selflessly behind the scene to ensure that all is in place. Your technical expertise has been invaluable in facilitating the smooth running of this virtual symposium. To all attendees, a word of gratitude for your attendance and participation. It is your continued support which forms the cornerstone of continuing medical educational events such as this. No.
Thank you,
Doctor. I haven't finished. No event of this magnitude can thrive without the generosity, support of sponsors. Therefore, I extend warm thanks to Mrs. Christian of CariMed, who donated 8 executive baskets, which for our presenters and participants. And also, my warm thanks to Abbas Nutritional, Medimpex, Indus Life Sciences, Apex Radiology, Phoenix Gastroenterology, and Heart and Health, Edgewater Medical Center, Windward Medical Center, and Pharmacy, as Executive Care Pharmacy, for their sponsorship and unwavering commitment to advancing medical education and research. And please, if I forget by any chance any of you, it's not intentional. Now, before closing, I want to remind us that the e-magazine will be ready, the e-magazine for this particular One Family Doctor Day 2026 should be out by next week or sometime next week. And I don't know if I left out anything else.
Could I interject, Senny, just to Dr. Onunuju, just to thank Miss Deborah Callender, who we have not mentioned, who came on board in a late position as a panelist and did a wonderful presentation. So I'd just like to thank her again.
Yes, thank you for reminding me. I was just looking for her name because Deborah Callender came at the last moment and she was informed very late. She accepted and she answered a lot of questions as if we had invited her a year ago. I'm grateful to her especially, and on behalf of the One Family Doctor Day Committee, I am sending her special thank you, not just on behalf of Anna, because Anna made the connection. In closing, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration, learning, and dedication that has defined this webinar. May we continue to work hand in hand to enhance patient care and contribute to the advancement of medical science. Thank you. And as usual, God's sweetest blessing.
All right. Thank you so much, Sunny. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you all for participating in this webinar. We look forward to you also participating in our Medical Association conversation on AI in healthcare in another 2 weeks. So best wishes for the Sunday evening, and bye.
No, I did that.